to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Find a comfortable position now. Let your body settle into wherever you are resting. Feel the weight of the pillow beneath your head. Feel the warmth of the blanket around you. Let your hands fall open gently at your sides. You are safe here. You are warm, and you have nowhere else to be. Tonight, we are going to explore one of the most quietly extraordinary things that human beings do. We are going to explore dreams. Every night of your life, without effort, without instruction, without even meaning to, your mind creates an entire world. A world made of light and memory, of half-familiar places and faces you somehow recognize, of feelings that arrive without explanation and stories that begin without a beginning and end without an end. The average person spends around 2 hours dreaming every single night over the course of a full lifetime. That adds up to somewhere between 5 and 7 years. 5 to 7 years spent inside a world that exists nowhere, but inside the sleeping mind. A world that belongs entirely to you, and yet, for most of those years, most of those nights, we forget. Nearly 95% of dreams disappear within minutes of waking, dissolving like mist the moment the day begins. They leave only the faintest impressions behind, a feeling, a color, the echo of something that was, just moments before, as real as anything. Poets have written about that feeling for thousands of years. Scientists have studied it. Philosophers have debated it, and ordinary people, lying in ordinary beds in the ordinary darkness of the night, have simply wondered about it, lying still, just as you are now, asking the quiet question, what was that? Tonight, we are going to try to answer that question. Gently, slowly, without hurry. We will travel back through the oldest civilizations on Earth to the people who first wrote down their dreams on clay tablets and temple walls. We will explore the science of the sleeping brain. What happens in the extraordinary machinery of your mind during the hours of darkness? We will look at the many different kinds of dreams, from the vivid narratives of REM sleep to the strange threshold world of the hypnagogic state. to the remarkable experience of knowing you are dreaming while the dream is still happening. And through it all, we will move slowly, softly. There is no need to rush through any of it. If you find that your attention begins to wander, if the words begin to blur and soften at the edges, if a thought drifts in and then drifts away again, if you feel yourself sinking a little more deeply into the pillow, that is not a distraction. That is the point. That is exactly what is supposed to happen. You do not need to remember anything you hear tonight. You only need to rest. So breathe in slowly and breathe out even more slowly, and let tonight begin. Right now, somewhere in the world, millions of people are dreaming. They are lying still in darkened rooms, their bodies quiet and their breathing slow, while inside the privacy of their own sleeping minds, entire worlds are unfolding. Stories are being told. Faces are appearing. Places that do not exist anywhere on any map are being explored with perfect certainty, as though they have always been there, waiting. This is happening right now. It happens every night. It has happened every night for as long as human beings have existed on this earth. And yet, for all its familiarity, dreaming remains one of the most quietly remarkable things we do. So let us begin at the beginning. Let us ask the simplest and most honest question first. What is a dream? At its most basic, a dream is an experience of images, feelings, sensations, and stories that arise during sleep. Not invented consciously, not directed by will. They simply appear unbidden, unplanned, fully formed, as if from somewhere beyond the ordinary self. One moment there is nothing, or at least nothing you are aware of. And then there is a landscape, a voice, a feeling, a scene playing out with all the immediacy and texture of something real. The formal scientific study of dreams is called oneirology. The word comes from the ancient Greek oneiros, meaning dream. And though the science is relatively young by the standards of human curiosity, the curiosity itself is ancient. People have been asking what dreams are for as long as they have been having them, which is to say, for as long as people have existed at all. Modern neuroscience offers us a working definition that is both precise and strangely beautiful. Dreams, researchers have found, are what happens when the brain, disconnected from the outside world, no longer receiving the constant stream of sensory information that normally shapes its activity, begins to generate experience entirely from within itself. The brain, in other words, creates. It builds. It tells stories, not because it is instructed to, not because there is a dreamer sitting down with intention and a plan, but simply because that is what brains do. They are, by nature and by design, experience-generating machines, and sleep does not stop them. It simply changes the material they work with. Dreams occur across all stages of sleep, but they are most vivid, most narrative, and most fully realized during a stage called REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep. This is the stage in which your brain is most active during the night, the stage in which the emotional centers of the brain run at full brightness, the stage in which the visual cortex, despite your eyes being closed and your room being dark, generates images of extraordinary detail and clarity. During REM sleep, the part of your brain called the amygdala, the region most closely associated with emotion, becomes remarkably active, more active in some ways than it is during the waking day. This is why dreams so often arrive with such strong feelings attached. Fear, joy, love, grief, wonder. These emotions arrive in the dream world with a directness and an intensity that can sometimes surpass anything in ordinary waking experience. The dream does not explain why you feel afraid. It does not give you context or warning. It simply delivers the feeling, full and immediate, the way the sea delivers a wave. At the same time, the frontal lobes of the brain, the regions responsible for logic, critical reasoning, judgment, and the ability to question whether what you are experiencing makes any sense, are significantly quieter during REM sleep than they are during waking hours. The volume on reason is turned down. The voice that would normally say, "Wait, this cannot be right. This is impossible. I have never been to this place. person has been gone for years. That voice is soft, almost inaudible, and so the dream proceeds unchallenged. You can fly, and it makes perfect sense. You can be in two places at once, and you do not question it. A room in your childhood home opens onto a coastline you visited once as a young adult, and you simply walk through. Because in the dream, that is exactly where it leads. This is one of the reasons dreams feel so real while you are inside them. There is no resistance. There is no doubt. There are no brackets around the experience saying this is imaginary. There is only the experience itself, immediate and whole, indistinguishable from waking reality in the moment of living it. It is only afterward, in the strange threshold moment of waking, when the dream is already beginning to dissolve, that the waking mind reasserts its logic and understands. Oh, that was not real. That was a dream. And even then, the feelings that came with it can linger for hours. The sense of something beautiful, the shadow of something frightening, the quiet, bittersweet ache of something lost before you were properly awake enough to hold it. There is something worth sitting within that. The feeling was real, even if the events were not. The emotion the dream delivered was genuine. It moved through you the way real emotions move. It left marks the way real experiences leave marks. In that sense, dreams are not nothing. They are not empty. Whatever else they are, and they are many things, they are genuine experiences, happening in genuine consciousness, felt by a genuine person. The average person has somewhere between 3 and 6 separate dreams each night. Most are forgotten within minutes of waking. The brain, returning to the ordinary business of the day, releases most of what it generated in the night without ceremony, without record, without trace. Studies suggest that within 5 minutes of waking, half of a dream's content is already gone. Within 10 minutes, nearly 90% has vanished. This is one of the reasons dreams have always felt mysterious. They are experiences that leave almost no evidence. They arrive. They fill the sleeping mind with color and narrative and feeling, and then they withdraw quietly completely, as though they were never there at all. What remains, if we are lucky, is a fragment, a face, a color, a feeling without a name, the impression of somewhere vast and quiet, or somewhere bright and crowded, or somewhere neither of those things, somewhere that doesn't map onto any category the waking mind can easily locate. These fragments have fascinated human beings across all of recorded history. They have been written down in journals and on temple walls. They have been shared with priests and philosophers and therapists and friends. They have been interpreted, analyzed, argued over, revered and dismissed, and revered again. And still, they resist complete understanding. Still, they keep their secrets. There is something comforting in that, in a way, something reassuring about the idea that the mind contains depths that the mind itself cannot fully see, that you are larger than you know, that somewhere below the surface of the self that wakes and works and worries, there is another self, quieter, stranger, older, that speaks only in the hours of darkness, in the language of image and symbol and feeling. That self is already beginning to stir now, perhaps, as your breath slows, as your thoughts begin to soften at their edges, as the world outside this moment grows very gently further away. You do not need to hold on to anything, not the words you are hearing, not the thoughts that are drifting through, not the day that came before this one, with all its weight and noise and brightness. Let all of that go now. Let it drift. The night knows what to do with you. You may not feel like very much is happening right now. Your body is still. Your eyes are closed. The world outside is quiet, or nearly so. And everything about this moment, the heaviness of your limbs, the slowness of your breath, the way your thoughts are beginning to soften at their edges, everything suggests that you are simply resting, simply doing nothing, simply being still. But inside your skull, something extraordinary is happening. Your brain is awake, not in the way it was awake this morning when the day was beginning, and the list of things to do was assembling itself before you had even gotten out of bed, not in that busy, effortful, directed way, but awake in a different way, a quieter way, a way that is, in some respects, more purposeful than anything the waking mind ever manages. The human brain is one of the most complex structures that we know of in the entire universe. It contains roughly 86 billion neurons, 86 billion individual nerve cells, each one connected to thousands of others through a vast and intricate web of pathways. The number of possible connections between those neurons is estimated to be greater than the number of atoms in the known universe, greater than the number of stars in the observable sky. Everything you have ever thought, felt, remembered, imagined, or experienced lives somewhere in that web. Every face you recognize, every piece of music that has ever moved you, every memory of every place you have ever loved, all of it encoded somewhere in the soft and remarkable tissue resting gently inside your head. And right now, that tissue is working. For most of human history, people assumed that the brain, like the body, simply powered down during sleep. That sleep was a kind of emptiness, a pause between the active hours of the day, a period of suspended animation during which nothing of significance took place. The ancient physicians who first studied sleep had little way to know otherwise. They could observe that sleeping people were still and unresponsive. They could note that sleep seemed to refresh and restore, but what was happening beneath the surface of that stillness, they could not see. Everything changed in the 20th century when scientists developed the tools to observe the brain in action. Tools capable of detecting and measuring the tiny electrical signals that neurons generate as they communicate with one another. The electroencephalogram, the EEG, made it possible for the first time to watch the brain's electrical activity in real time. Electrodes placed gently on the scalp pick up the faint electrical rhythms of millions of neurons firing in patterns and translate those rhythms into waveforms that can be read and studied. And when researchers first began using EEGs to study sleeping people, what they found astonished them. The sleeping brain was not quiet. It was not still. It was not powered down. It was doing something extraordinary. the patterns of electrical activity in the sleeping brain shifted and changed throughout the night, moving through distinct phases, each one with its own signature, its own particular rhythm, its own characteristic appearance on the EEG readout. And in one of those phases, the phase we now call REM sleep, the brain's electrical activity looked almost indistinguishable from the brain of someone who was fully, actively awake. The sleeping brain, it turned out, was one of the most active and purposeful things the human body ever does. The brain does not have one way of sleeping. It has several, and it moves through them in a carefully orchestrated cycle, repeating that cycle again and again throughout the night, each repetition slightly different from the one before, each one offering something specific and necessary to the mind and the body. The cycle begins in the lightest stages, the territory closest to waking. In these early moments of sleep, the brain's electrical activity slows from the rapid, irregular waves of waking into something gentler. The high-frequency beta waves of active thinking give way to the slower, more regular alpha waves of relaxed wakefulness, and then to the even slower theta waves of light sleep. The body relaxes. The heart rate drops slightly. The breathing deepens. As sleep deepens further, the brain moves into its slower rhythms. The delta waves of deep sleep, the slowest, largest brain waves the brain produces, begin to appear. During deep sleep, the brain's overall activity level drops by roughly 40% compared to waking. The world outside becomes very far away. The sleeping person is difficult to wake, and if woken, tends to feel confused and heavy, a condition researchers call sleep inertia, that familiar thickness of thought that takes a few minutes to clear, and then, after deep sleep, something remarkable happens. The brain begins to speed up again. The slow waves of deep sleep give way to faster, more complex patterns of activity patterns that, on the EEG, look almost exactly like the patterns of the waking brain. The eyes begin their characteristic flickering beneath the closed lids, and the dreaming begins. This reversal, This paradoxical awakening of the brain in the midst of sleep gave REM sleep one of its other names. Researchers sometimes call it paradoxical sleep because the brain behaves like a waking brain while the body behaves like a deeply sleeping one. During REM sleep, the brain uses energy at a rate equal to or even exceeding its waking energy consumption. Oxygen and glucose flood the active regions. The visual cortex, the part of the brain that processes what you see, fires with the same intensity it would if your eyes were open and the world were visible before you. The emotional centers, particularly the amygdala, the brain's primary processor of fear, pleasure, and emotional significance, become exceptionally active, more active in some studies than they are during ordinary waking. This is the brain of a dreamer. It is not resting. It is running. But there is something just as remarkable as the brain's activity during sleep. And that is what the brain is doing with that activity. It is not running in circles. It is not generating noise. It is performing specific, essential, beautifully organized tasks. One of the most important discoveries in sleep science in recent decades concerns something called the glymphatic system, discovered in its full significance around 2013 by researchers at the University of Rochester. The glymphatic system is the brain's own cleaning mechanism. During sleep, particularly during deep, slow-wave sleep, cerebrospinal fluid flows through channels around the brain's blood vessels, washing through the spaces between brain cells and flushing out waste products that accumulate during the waking hours. These waste products include proteins and metabolic byproducts that, if allowed to build up, can be harmful to brain function over time. The glymphatic system removes them quietly, efficiently, every night while you are asleep and unaware. The brain is cleaning itself. During deep sleep, this glymphatic clearance increases by as much as 80 to 90% compared to the waking state. The brain essentially opens its cleaning channels wide. The cerebrospinal fluid flows more freely. The waste is carried away. Think about what that means. every night that you sleep well, every night that you allow yourself to rest fully and deeply, your brain is performing a kind of gentle housekeeping, clearing out what is no longer needed, making space for the new day. And every night that sleep is cut short or broken or simply not deep enough, some of that cleaning is left undone. Sleep in this light is not a luxury. It is a biological necessity of the most fundamental kind. It is maintenance. It is care. It is the brain taking care of itself in the only way it can, by going quiet enough and still enough and deep enough for the cleaning to begin. And meanwhile, alongside the glymphatic system doing its work in the deep stages of sleep, the brain is also doing something else. It is storing. It is sorting. It is taking the experiences of the day, the things learned, the things felt, the things seen and heard and tasted and touched, and it is weaving them into the fabric of long-term memory. This process, memory consolidation, happens across multiple stages of sleep. During slow-wave deep sleep, the hippocampus, which acts as a kind of temporary holding area for new memories, replays the day's experiences and transfers them to the cortex for longer-term storage. During REM sleep, the brain goes further, making connections between new experiences and existing knowledge, finding patterns and associations, integrating the new with the old in ways that are not always logical, but are often deeply meaningful. The brain you wake with tomorrow will be, in measurable ways, different from the brain you went to sleep with tonight. Richer, more connected, better equipped to understand the world it inhabits. All of this, the cleaning, the sorting, the connecting, the dreaming, is happening right now in the quiet interior of your sleeping mind. You are not doing nothing. You are doing everything. Let the brain do its work. Let the night do its work. There is nothing required of you right now but stillness and breath and the gentle, effortless act of letting go. Long before anyone had words like neuroscience or REM sleep or brainwaves, human beings were dreaming, and they were paying very close attention to what they dreamed. The oldest written records that human civilization has ever produced contain references to dreams, not as afterthoughts, not as curiosities tucked into the margins of more serious texts, but as subjects of genuine importance, things worth writing down, worth preserving on clay and stone and papyrus, worth passing from one generation to the next with the same care given to laws and prayers and the movements of the stars. From the very beginning, people knew that dreams mattered. They did not need a scientific reason to know it. They simply knew, in the way human beings know the things that are most deeply true, not from argument, but from experience. Tonight, we are going to travel back to two of the oldest and most remarkable civilizations the world has ever known. We are going to the river valleys of the ancient world, to the great cities that rose along the banks of the Nile, and to those that flourished between the Tigris and the Euphrates, to find the first dream interpreters, the first dream temples, and the first written records of the human fascination with the dreaming mind. Let us begin in Mesopotamia. The word Mesopotamia comes from the ancient Greek, meaning the land between the rivers. It refers to a vast and fertile region in what is now modern-day Iraq, a land of flat plains and wide skies, of mud brick cities and irrigated fields, of reed marshes along the river banks where birds called out over still water at dawn. It was here, in this land between the rivers, that some of the earliest cities in human history were built. The Sumerians, who flourished in southern Mesopotamia from around 5,000 years ago, were among the first people to develop writing, mathematics, astronomy, and complex systems of law. They were also, as far as the written record shows, among the first people to systematically record and interpret their dreams. The Sumerians believed that dreams were direct communications from the divine realm, messages sent by gods and by the spirits of the dead to the sleeping minds of the living. When a king or a priest or an ordinary person had a dream of significance, that dream was taken seriously. It was not dismissed as mere fancy or the product of an overactive imagination. It was examined. It was discussed. It was brought to someone with the knowledge to read it. In ancient Mesopotamia, the person you would consult about a dream was called, in the earliest texts, something that translates roughly as the questioner. The questioner was a specialist, a professional, a person whose role in the community was specifically to engage with the content of dreams and help make sense of them. In the surviving tablets from the cities of Ashur and Nineveh, the questioner was often a woman, a detail that is easy to overlook but carries a quiet significance, a reminder that the interpretation of dreams was, in this ancient culture, a position of genuine respect and authority, and one that was held by women. The questioner did not simply listen to the dream and offer an interpretation. She engaged with it more deeply than that. One surviving tablet describes the questioner as one who lies at a person's head, suggesting that part of her practice involved lying beside the dreamer, perhaps entering a state of sleep or near sleep herself, in order to access the territory of the dream from the inside. There is something extraordinary in that image. Not simply the analysis of a dream from the outside, from the safe distance of waking reason, but the willingness to enter the dream's own landscape, to meet it on its own terms, to ask questions from within the place where it unfolded. As the civilizations of Mesopotamia evolved, from the Sumerians to the Akkadians, to the Babylonians, to the Assyrians, the study of dreams became ever more elaborate. Dream omens were collected into large reference texts, lists of dream images paired with their interpretations, organized and categorized with great care. The most famous of these is the Assyrian Dream Book, a collection of dream omens dating to the 7th century BCE, housed in the great library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal at Nineveh. This dream book was filed alongside the omen tablets, the texts used for reading the future from the movements of stars and the behavior of animals and the patterns of oil on water. Dreams, in other words, were understood as one form of divination among many. One of the ways in which the hidden forces of the universe communicated their intentions to those attentive enough to notice. The Assyrian Dream Book cataloged dreams with remarkable specificity. Flying dreams, it noted, indicated freedom from burdens or a rise in status. Falling dreams warned of loss. Water dreams were connected to purification and life. Each animal that appeared in a dream carried its own symbolic weight, tied to specific deities and specific meanings. There were also, in Mesopotamian tradition, rituals specifically designed to invite significant dreams. Cuneiform tablets discovered at the ancient cities of Nineveh, Ashur, Babylon, and others contain detailed instructions for the practice of what scholars call incubation dreaming, sleeping in a sacred place, following prescribed rituals, in hopes of receiving a dream that carried divine guidance. The earliest of these instruction tablets dates to somewhere between 1100 and 800 years before the Common Era. Though the practices they describe are referenced in texts dating as late as the 1st century BCE, suggesting a tradition that persisted across more than 1,000 years. Now let us follow the great river southward and westward across the desert to the other great civilization of the ancient world. Let us go to Egypt. In ancient Egypt, the relationship between human beings and their dreams was woven into the very fabric of daily life, spiritual practice, and royal power. The ancient Egyptian word for dream was RSWT. And there is something immediately remarkable about this word, something that tells you, before you have even learned anything else, how the Egyptians thought about dreaming. The word RSWT is connected etymologically to the ancient root meaning to be awake. It was written in hieroglyphics with the symbol of an open eye, the open eye of sleep, the eye that sees not less, but differently in the darkness, the eye that opens inward when the outward eye is closed. For the ancient Egyptians, to dream was not to fall into unconsciousness. It was to enter a different kind of wakefulness. It was to open a different kind of eye. The soul in sleep, the Ba, that aspect of the self that the Egyptians believed could leave the body during sleep and travel to other realms, was not absent or diminished. It was active, mobile, engaged. It was going somewhere. It was seeing something. The Egyptians believed that the gods communicated most clearly and most honestly with human beings through dreams. Several of the major deities were associated with dreaming and with the guidance of the sleeping soul. Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, was thought to send dreams that contained hidden knowledge. The healer god Imhotep, who had been a real historical figure, an architect and physician who lived during the Old Kingdom and was eventually deified, was believed to send healing visions to the sick and the suffering. Across Egypt, there were temples dedicated specifically to the practice of dream incubation, temples where pilgrims could come to sleep, and in sleeping, to receive a divine dream. These were not simply places of rest. They were sacred spaces, carefully designed to facilitate the encounter between the sleeping human mind and the divine world. The chambers were aligned with particular stars. They were perfumed with incense chosen for its ability to calm and to invite deep sleep. Priests trained in the interpretation of dreams were present to help the dreamer understand what they had received. The practice was available not only to priests and royalty. Ordinary people, farmers, craftspeople, merchants, mothers, could travel to these temples and sleep within their walls, seeking the healing dream, the guiding vision, the answer to a question that waking thought could not resolve. At Saqqara, the great necropolis near the ancient capital of Memphis, archaeologists have found abundant evidence of dream incubation practice. Inscriptions, papyri, ostraka recording dreams received in the sacred precincts, pilgrims' accounts of visions granted in the night, the sacred animals kept in the temples, the ibises of Thoth, the bulls connected to the god Apis, were believed to serve as channels for divine communication in dreams. One of the most famous dreams recorded from ancient Egypt comes from the dream stele of Thutmose IV, a large stone tablet that stands to this day between the paws of the Great Sphinx at Giza. The inscription tells how a young prince, who would later become Pharaoh Thutmose IV, fell asleep in the shadow of the Sphinx during a hunting expedition. In his dream, the Sphinx spoke to him. It told him that it was suffering beneath the weight of the desert sand that had accumulated around it, burying its great body to the neck. It promised the young prince that if he cleared the sand away, he would become pharaoh. Thutmose woke from his dream and ordered the excavation. The sand was cleared, and he became pharaoh. The Egyptians also created what are effectively the world's first surviving dream interpretation manuals. Papyrus scrolls listing hundreds of dream images alongside their interpretations. The most complete surviving example is known as the Ramesside Dream Book, now held in the British Museum. One of the oldest dream interpretation texts that has come down to us from the ancient world. These dreams were recorded in two categories, written in different colored inks. Good dreams were written in black. Unfavorable dreams, those carrying warnings, were written in red. Even the color of the ink carried meaning. Even the way the dream was written down on the page reflected the emotional weight of what it contained. As you rest here in the quiet, and these ancient worlds recede gently back into the past, there is something worth holding for a moment, something simple and quietly beautiful. Those ancient people lying down in their dream temples, wrapped in linen, breathing the incense-scented night air, waiting in hope and in trust for the dream that would guide them. They were not so different from you. They were human beings who understood in their own particular way that sleep is not nothing, that the dreaming mind reaches somewhere worth going, that the night, given the right conditions, will show you something worth seeing. And here, in your own soft darkness, with your own breath slowing and your own thoughts drifting gently further away, something worth seeing may already be forming, just at the edges of the world behind your eyes. Let it come. There is no hurry at all. Let your breath find its own rhythm, slow, easy, unhurried. Let the weight of your body settle a little more deeply into wherever you are resting. There is nowhere else to go tonight. There is nothing else to do. We are continuing our quiet journey through history, through the long story of human beings and their dreams. And tonight, from the river valleys of Egypt and Mesopotamia, we travel west and north across the blue waters of the Mediterranean to the ancient world of Greece and Rome. If any civilizations in all of human history thought deeply and carefully and beautifully about dreams, it was these two. The Greeks, with their extraordinary gift for philosophy and mythology, built an entire cosmology around the experience of dreaming. The Romans, practical and far-reaching, wove dream interpretation into the fabric of public life, into the decisions of generals and senators and emperors. Together, these two cultures shaped the way the Western world has thought about dreams for more than 2,000 years. Let us begin, as so many things begin, with the Greeks. The Greeks had gods for everything. They looked at the world, at the sea and the sky, at love and war, at music and harvest and death. And they gave each force a name, a face, a story. Dreams were no different. The dream world for the ancient Greeks was populated by divine figures whose natures illuminated something essential about the experience of sleep itself. The god of sleep was called Hypnos. He was imagined as a gentle and beautiful figure, young, winged, serene, who lived in a cave in the underworld near the river Lethe, whose waters carried the gift of forgetting. From his cave each night, Hypnos sent sleep across the world like a soft tide rising over everything. He moved without sound. He arrived without announcement. He simply came, and in his coming, the world grew still. The name Hypnos is the root of our modern word hypnosis, a connection that speaks to how deeply the Greek understanding of sleep has persisted into the present. Hypnos had a twin brother whose name was Thanatos, the god of death. They were said to be identical in appearance. These two, sleep and death, resting together in their cave, as alike as reflections in still water. The ancient Greeks saw in this resemblance not something frightening, but something quietly reassuring. Sleep and death were close, but not the same. Sleep was the smaller passage, the temporary one, the night nightly rehearsal for the final rest, with the promise of a morning on the other side. The children of Hypnos were known as the Waniroi, the dreams. They were 1,000 in number, these dream beings, each one capable of taking whatever form the dreaming mind required. And among them, one was most significant, most studied, most named. His name was Morpheus, whose name means shape or form, was the god of dreams who appeared in the form of human beings, while his brothers took the shapes of animals and landscapes and objects. Morpheus was the one who entered dreams as a person, who arrived wearing the face of someone the dreamer knew, or the face of a god, or the face of the dead, to deliver the message that the dream carried. It is from Morpheus that we inherit one of the most beautiful phrases in the English language. To be in the arms of Morpheus means to be asleep, to be dreaming, to be held in the embrace of that gentle and shape-shifting world where the ordinary self releases its grip and something quieter, and perhaps something wiser, takes over. The Waniroi, those 1,000 dream beings, were said to depart into the waking world through one of two gates. True dreams, the ones that carried genuine meaning and genuine guidance, passed through a gate of polished horn. False dreams, the ones that deceived, that promised what would not come to pass, passed through a gate of carved ivory. Homer mentions these two gates in the Odyssey, and the image has stayed in the memory of the Western world ever since. When you wake from a dream and wonder whether it was showing you something true, you are, in a sense, still asking the ancient Greek question: did this come through the gate of horn or the gate of ivory? Now let us turn to the place where Greek dreaming and Greek medicine met, and met in one of the most remarkable institutions the ancient world ever produced. The healing sanctuaries of Asclepius were among the most important sacred sites in all of ancient Greece. Asclepius was the god of medicine, a divine healer who had once been a mortal man, the son of Apollo, trained in the healing arts by the centaur Chiron. He became so skilled that he was said to have brought the dead back to life, which alarmed Zeus enough to strike him down with a thunderbolt. But But Asclepius was later deified, raised to the status of a god, and his sanctuaries became the great healing centers of the ancient world. At the heart of the healing practice at every sanctuary of Asclepius was a single act: sleep. Pilgrims who came seeking healing would undergo a period of preparation, fasting, bathing in sacred water, making offerings, sometimes waiting for days before they were permitted to enter the innermost sanctuary. This preparation was not merely symbolic. It was believed to purify the pilgrim, to make them ready physically, mentally, spiritually, to receive the dream that Asclepius would send them. The innermost sanctuary was called the Abaton. It was a long, colonnaded hall, cool and fragrant, designed for sleeping. Pilgrims would lie down within it on simple pallets or on the skins of the animals they had sacrificed, and they would sleep waiting in trust and in hope for the god to come to them in the night. The dream received in the Abaton was considered a direct communication from Asclepius himself. It might come in the form of the god appearing in person, touching the afflicted part of the dreamer's body with his hands, and in that touch effecting a cure, or it might come as a prescription, a set of instructions for a treatment the dreamer was to undertake upon waking. Either way, the dream was to be shared immediately with the temple priests, who would record it, adding the account to the growing archive of healing dreams that each sanctuary accumulated over generations. These records were kept and made public, displayed on stone tablets called ayamata, so that future pilgrims could read the accounts of those who had come before them and been healed. They were, in a sense, the first clinical records, the first systematic documentation of treatment and outcome. Written in stone, preserved across centuries, the dreams of the sick and the suffering of ancient Greece have come down to us across more than 2,000 years. The philosopher Aristotle, one of the greatest thinkers the ancient world produced, approached dreams from a very different angle than his contemporaries. Where others saw divine messages, Aristotle saw something internal, something that belonged to the natural world rather than the supernatural one in his short treatise on dreams and his companion piece on divination in sleep. Aristotle argued that dreams were produced by the residual motion of sensory stimulation, the lingering traces of what the body had perceived during the waking day, echoing through the sleeping mind like ripples on water after a stone has been thrown. He also noted with remarkable perceptiveness that small physical sensations during sleep, a slight chill, a sound from outside, the pressure of a limb against the bed, could become incorporated into the content of the dream. The dreaming mind, he observed, does not fully seal itself off from the physical world. It weaves the world's small signals into its own narratives. These were startlingly modern ideas for someone writing in the 4th century before the Common Era. Aristotle was, in his own language, describing something very close to what neuroscience now confirms about the way the brain processes sensory input during sleep, separated by more than 2,000 years of time and an enormous distance of knowledge and method. The ancient philosopher and the modern scientist are pointing at the same thing. Now let us cross the Mediterranean one more time, westward to Rome. The Romans were, in many ways, intensely practical people, builders, lawyers, soldiers, administrators. And yet the Romans took dreams with the utmost seriousness. Dream interpretation was not, for the Romans, a private or spiritual matter only. It was a public one. There are accounts of the Roman Senate hearing reports of significant dreams from private citizens, because a dream received by an ordinary person might, it was believed, carry information of importance to the state. The line between the personal and the political in the Roman relationship with dreams was a thin one. Some of the most powerful and enduring dream stories in all of Western literature come from ancient Rome. Among them, one stands above the rest in its quiet, heartbreaking clarity. On the night of the 13th of March, in the year 44 BCE, a woman lay sleeping in Rome. Her name was Calpurnia. She was the wife of Julius Caesar and the dream she had that night has been told and retold for more than 2,000 years. Calpurnia dreamed that Caesar was killed. She dreamed of blood and of mourning and of the end of something enormous. She woke in distress and begged her husband not to go to the Senate the following day, the day that history would come to call the Ides of March. Caesar hesitated, but he went. The dream in the Roman telling was not wrong, it was simply ignored. The message came clearly through the gate of horn, and the man who received it walked instead through the gate of ivory. Into the light of a morning he would not survive, the Roman statesman Cicero, one of the sharpest and most restless minds of the ancient world, wrote extensively about dreams in his philosophical work, De Divination. He was not a man easily given to superstition. He was skeptical, analytical, deeply committed to rational inquiry. And yet, he found himself unable to dismiss dreams entirely. He gathered accounts of prophetic dreams. He examined them with care. He presented arguments on both sides with characteristic thoroughness. And he arrived, finally, at the most honest position available to a brilliant person confronting something they cannot fully explain. Thoughtful uncertainty. He did not know what dreams were. He was not sure whether they carried genuine foresight or simply reflected anxieties already present in the waking mind. And he was too careful a thinker to pretend otherwise. That same thoughtful uncertainty lives in us still. We are still not entirely sure what dreams are. We are still not entirely sure what they mean. And perhaps that is the most honest and the most interesting place to stand, right at the edge of the known, looking out into the beautiful, unresolved mystery that lies beyond it. As you breathe softly now, with the ancient world drifting gently away behind you, know that you are standing in a very long line of wanderers, of people who lay down in the dark and felt the dream world beginning to open, who woke and remembered, or tried to remember, something that had felt for a few quiet hours as real and as important as anything the waking world had ever offered. You are one of them. You always have been, Breathe in slowly and breathe out, letting the breath go completely, all the way to the very end of it. Feel the stillness settle a little more deeply around you with each breath. The world outside is very far away now. The only world that matters is this quiet one, the one held gently between your closed eyes and the soft darkness of sleep. We have been traveling through history tonight, through the dream temples of Egypt and the healing sanctuaries of ancient Greece. And now we are going to travel further and wider across the whole surface of the earth, because the story of human beings and their dreams does not belong to any one place or any one people. It belongs to all of us. Across every continent, in every era, in every culture that has ever existed, human beings have dreamed, and they have looked at their dreams and known somehow, without needing to be taught, that what was happening in the dark behind their eyes was worth paying attention to, worth talking about, worth preserving, worth passing from one generation to the next like something precious. The specific ways that different cultures have understood their dreams vary enormously. The rituals differ. The interpretations differ. The cosmologies differ, but the underlying recognition that the dreaming mind is doing something real, something meaningful, something that touches the deepest questions of what we are. That recognition is universal. Tonight, we are going to visit several of those cultures. We are going to listen to the ways they spoke about dreams. And in each one, we may find something that resonates, some note of recognition that says, yes, I know that feeling too. Let us begin in a place of extraordinary antiquity. Australia is home to one of the oldest continuous living cultures on Earth. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia have inhabited their continent for at least 65,000 years. 65,000 years of culture, language, story, art, and ceremony, unbroken across an almost incomprehensible stretch of time. And at the heart of Aboriginal culture, woven into everything, foundational to every aspect of life, is a concept that the English language renders imperfectly as the dreaming The dreaming, called Tjukurpa in some traditions, Jukurpa in others, by many different names across the more than 200 language groups of Aboriginal Australia, is not simply a story about the past. It is not a mythology in the way that word is sometimes used, with its implication of something ancient and no longer active, a story that once was told but is no longer lived. The dreaming is a living reality. It is the framework within which the world exists, the ongoing story of creation, written into the land itself by the ancestor spirits who walked across it at the beginning of time, and whose walking shaped everything, every mountain, every river, every rock formation, every animal, every plant. All of these are expressions of the dreaming. All of these are, in a sense, the dreaming made physical and visible. The ancestor spirits who created the world in the dreaming are not gone. They are still present, still alive in the land, still accessible through ceremony, through song, through art, and through the particular kind of consciousness that the Aboriginal peoples have cultivated across all those thousands of years of living in deep relationship with their country. In Aboriginal understanding, the dream time is a period on a continuum of past, present, and future simultaneously. It is not then, it is also now. There is, in many Aboriginal languages, no word for time in the way the English language uses it, no clean separation between what was, what is, and what will be. Everything exists in a kind of eternal present, held together by the dreaming. To sleep and to dream, in this understanding, is not to leave the world. It is to touch the world more directly. It is to make contact with the dreaming, with the living story of creation that underlies everything visible and everything known. The songlines, those invisible pathways across the land that the ancestors walked in the dreaming, can be followed in ceremony, in song, and in sleep. They connect sacred sites across enormous distances, weaving the continent together into a single living web of meaning. Aboriginal people who know their songlines carry within them a geography of the spirit, a map not of roads and cities, but of something older and more essential. It is one of the most beautiful and most profound relationships between human beings and the experience of dreaming that the world has ever produced. Now, let us travel northward and eastward to the islands and highlands of Asia and to the ancient philosophy of China in the 4th century before the Common Era, during what Chinese historians call the Warring States period, when China was divided among competing kingdoms, and the great philosophical traditions were being born. A thinker named Zhuangzi wrote one of the most beautiful and most frequently quoted passages about dreams in the history of human thought. Zhuangzi dreamed he was a butterfly. He was fluttering and dancing in the air, perfectly happy, perfectly himself, a butterfly with no awareness of being anything else. And then he woke, and he found himself once again to be Zhuangzi, a man solid and unmistakably present, sitting in the waking world. And then the question came to him, a question simple enough to fit in a single sentence and deep enough to contain an entire philosophy. Was he a man who had just dreamed of being a butterfly? Or was he a butterfly dreaming now of being a man? There must be, he acknowledged, some difference between Zhuangzi and the butterfly, but what that difference was, where the one ended and the other began, he could not say with certainty. This, he wrote, is what is called the transformation of things. The butterfly dream has been turning in the minds of readers for more than 2,000 years. It is read as a meditation on the nature of identity, on the equal reality of the waking and dreaming states, on the fluidity of the self, on the impossibility of finding a fixed, certain ground beneath the experience of being alive. It is a question that philosophy has not yet resolved, and perhaps that is exactly as it should be. The most important questions are the ones that do not close. Now, let us travel to the Indian subcontinent and to one of the oldest and most sophisticated philosophical traditions in human history, the ancient texts of India. Among them, the Upanishads, composed more than 2,000 years ago, devoted careful and systematic attention to the nature of consciousness. and its different modes. The thinkers who wrote these texts were not content to describe waking experience alone. They were interested in the whole of what it means to be aware, and that meant taking seriously the awareness that arises in sleep. The Indian philosophical tradition recognized several distinct states of consciousness. The first was Jagrat, the waking state, in which the senses are engaged with the external world. The second was Svapna, the dreaming state, in which the mind creates its own world from within itself, independent of external input. The third was Sushupti, deep, dreamless sleep, a state of profound rest that the tradition regarded as the closest ordinary human experience comes to the pure awareness that underlies all states. And beyond these three was Turiya, a fourth state, accessible only through deep contemplative practice, which was said to be the ground of all the others. The dreaming state, Svapna, was considered a genuine and significant mode of consciousness, not lesser than waking, not a degraded or unreliable version of awareness, but a different form of it, with its own valid insights and its own relationship to truth. The mind in Svapna creates an entire world from its own resources, an entire experiential reality, complete with objects, people, sounds, feelings, spaces, without any external input whatsoever. This capacity of the mind to generate a whole world from within itself was seen as deeply significant, as evidence of consciousness's fundamental creative power. Let us cross one more ocean now and travel to Japan. In Japanese tradition, the first dream of the new year, the Hatsayum, was considered one of the most important dreams a person could have. The word Hatsayum means literally the first dream, and it referred specifically to the first dream dreamed on the night of the 2nd of January, New Year's night. By the old calendar, the content of the Hatsayum was believed to reveal the fortune of the year ahead. And across centuries of Japanese tradition, the luckiest possible Hatsayum was said to involve three things, three images arranged in order of their auspiciousness. First, Mount Fuji, the great sacred mountain. symbol of endurance and beauty. Second, a hawk, symbol of strength and farsightedness. Third, an eggplant, a symbol of good fortune derived, in some accounts, from a play on words that connected the eggplant to achievement and to the great. People prepared for the Hatsayum with genuine care. On New Year's Eve, it was traditional to place beneath the pillow a picture of the Takarabun, the treasure ship, the vessel of the 7 lucky gods, sailing across a fortunate sea. The hope was that the lucky image, held close in sleep, might find its way into the dreaming mind and invite a dream of good fortune. There is something so tender about that image. The careful placement of the picture, the hopeful surrender to sleep, the trust that the dreaming mind, given the right invitation, would respond with something kind. Across all of these cultures, the Aboriginal Australian, the ancient Chinese, the Indian, the Japanese, and the many more that could fill many more nights of quiet listening, the same deep recognition returns. The dreaming mind is not separate from the waking mind. It is continuous with it. It is the same consciousness, moving through a different kind of light, seeing the same world from a different angle, saying in the language of image and feeling what the waking mind sometimes cannot say at all. Right now, your waking mind is growing very quiet. The words you are hearing are drifting softly through you, not demanding to be held, not asking to be remembered. They are simply passing through, like music through an open window, like light moving across water. Somewhere below the surface of those softening thoughts, the dreaming mind is beginning its preparations, beginning to gather the materials of the night, beginning to build the world that will be yours alone for the hours of darkness ahead. Let it come. Let it build. Let it carry you. Every culture that has ever loved the night has known that the dream is a gift, and tonight the gift is already on its way to you. You are doing so well, simply lying there, simply breathing, simply allowing the night to do what the night does best. If your thoughts have been drifting, if you have found yourself halfway between listening and sleeping, following the words for a moment, and then losing the thread, and then finding it again. That is exactly right. That is not distraction. That is the journey beginning. That is the first soft stages of sleep brushing at the edges of your awareness, gentle and patient, waiting for you to let go. And we are going to talk about that now, about those stages, about the beautiful, organized, endlessly fascinating journey that your body and your brain take together every single night. The journey that carries you from the waking world through the shallows of early sleep, down into the deep stillness of the night's darkest hours, and then back up again, slowly, into the vivid world of dreams, because sleep, as we have already touched upon, is not one thing. It is many things. It is a journey with distinct territories, each one different from the last, each one offering something specific and necessary to the sleeping person who passes through it. Tonight, we are going to walk through those territories together, slowly, one at a time. And as we describe each stage, you may find that you recognize it, not from memory or from study, but from the inside, from the feeling of it, which your body knows far better than your waking mind ever will. The journey begins where you are right now. The first stage of sleep is called none. NREM stage 1. NREM stands for non-rapid eye movement, and it describes all of the sleep stages that come before dreaming sleep. The stages in which the eyes are still, in which the brain moves gradually from the activity of waking toward the deep rhythms of rest. None is the threshold. It is the doorway. It is that delicate, half-lit territory between the waking world and the sleeping one. The place where the sounds of the room are still dimly audible, where a voice or a noise could still pull you back to full wakefulness in an instant, but where the body has already begun to release its hold on the day. In none, the muscles begin to relax. The heart rate slows just slightly. The breathing deepens. The brain's electrical activity shifts from the rapid, irregular beta waves of active waking thought to the slower, more rhythmic alpha waves of relaxed wakefulness. And then, as the threshold is crossed, into the even slower theta waves of light sleep, the whole of none lasts only 5 to 10 minutes. It is one of the shortest stages of the sleep cycle and one of the most fragile. This is the stage from which you are most easily woken. A loud sound, a sudden movement, even a particularly insistent thought can return you to full wakefulness without difficulty. And yet, inside that fragility, something remarkable sometimes happens. As the brain crosses the threshold into non-sleep, some people experience what are called hypnagogic hallucinations. These are not quite dreams. They are more fleeting and less narrative than that. They are flashes of image, sudden and vivid. A face appearing and dissolving, a color blooming against the darkness, a pattern spreading across the inside of the eyelids like light through water. They are the first whispers of the dreaming mind, beginning to stir, beginning to test its wings. Some people also experience, in the nun stage, what is called a hypnic jerk, a sudden, involuntary muscular twitch that may be accompanied by a sensation of falling or of missing a step. If you have ever been on the edge of sleep and felt that abrupt little start, that small, surprising lurch that snaps you briefly awake, that is a hypnic jerk. It is completely normal. It happens to the vast majority of people at some point. And it is, in its own small way, one of the most universal of all sleep experiences. A tiny physical reminder that the body, in crossing from waking to sleeping, is crossing a genuine threshold, making a real transition from one state to another. After none comes entwo, the first stage of what researchers consider true sleep. In entwo, the body relaxes more deeply. The heart rate slows further. The body temperature begins to drop slightly. A small but significant cooling that is part of the body's preparation for the work of deep sleep. The eyes beneath their lids grow still. The sounds of the outside world become more distant, as though heard through water. The brain in entwo produces two particularly interesting patterns of electrical activity. The first is called a sleep spindle, a brief burst of faster brain wave activity, lasting roughly half a second, that appears against the background of slower sleep rhythms. Sleep spindles occur when when the brain deliberately disconnects itself from the outside world, when it essentially draws a curtain between the sleeping mind and external sensory input, protecting the sleep from disturbance. They are thought to play an important role in memory consolidation, in the processing and storing of the day's experiences. The second pattern is called a K-complex, a large, sharp wave that appears suddenly on the EEG recording, prominent against the quieter background activity of NTWO sleep. K-complexes appear to be part of the brain's built-in vigilance system, a mechanism that keeps one part of the sleeping brain monitoring the environment even while the rest of it rests, ready to wake the sleeper if something genuinely requires attention. They can be triggered by external sounds. Researchers have shown that whispering a person's name during NTWO sleep will reliably produce a K-complex on the EEG, even though the sleeper remains asleep. Approximately half of all the sleep a typical adult gets each night is spent in NTWO. It is the most generously proportioned stage of the sleep cycle, the broad, steady middle ground of the night, the territory through which the sleeping mind passes many times in the course of a full night's rest. After NTWO comes the deepest territory of all, N3, also called slow wave sleep or deep sleep, is the stage that most people are thinking of when they speak of truly restorative rest. It is the stage from which waking is most difficult and most disorienting. It is the stage in which the body does the most significant physical repair and renewal, and it is the stage in which the brain produces its most distinctive and most beautiful electrical signature. In N3, the brain generates delta waves, the slowest, largest brain waves the sleeping brain produces on an EEG recording. These waves appear as great, slow undulations, long, rolling, majestic rhythms, moving through the brain like deep ocean swells, unhurried and immense. They are nothing like the rapid, jagged patterns of waking thought. They are the brain at its most still, its most restful, its most deeply inward. During deep sleep, the glymphatic system, that extraordinary cleaning mechanism we explored in an earlier section, runs at its highest capacity, flushing waste products from the spaces between brain cells. Growth hormone is released in its greatest quantities during this stage, the body taking the stillness of deep sleep as its signal to repair tissues, to rebuild muscle, to consolidate bone. The immune system strengthens, the heart and blood vessels rest. Deep sleep is not a passive state. It is one of the most productive things the human body ever does. It is simply doing its most important work in the place where the conscious mind cannot observe it. The first cycle of the night contains the longest and deepest period of slow wave sleep. As the night progresses and the cycles repeat, the proportion of deep sleep gradually decreases, and the proportion of REM sleep, dreaming sleep, gradually increases. The early hours of the night belong most fully to the deep, restorative darkness of N3. The later hours, the soft hours before morning, belong most fully to the vivid, narrative world of dreams. This is why sleep feels so different at different points in the night. The sleep of 10 in the evening and the sleep of 4 in the morning are genuinely different things, different stages, different brain activity, different work being done. And this is also why a full night of sleep is so much more than the sum of its hours. It is a complete journey with a beginning and a middle and an end, each part essential, each part doing something the other parts cannot. Cutting sleep short means losing the later hours, the hours rich in REM, and losing with them the processing, the creativity, the emotional integration, the dreaming that only those hours can provide. After the deepest point of N3, the brain begins its gradual return. The delta waves slow and then gradually give way to lighter rhythms. The body temperature begins to shift again, and then, as if the brain has remembered something important it was in the middle of, as if it has heard a distant sound and turned toward it, the activity picks up. The patterns quicken. Something changes. The cycle has returned to its most extraordinary destination. REM sleep, the dreaming stage. The first REM period of the night is brief, perhaps 5 or 10 minutes, but it is enough for the first dream of the night to form and run its quiet course. Enough for the emotional brain to begin its nightly work. Enough for the sleeping mind to take its first steps into the territory it has been preparing for all along. And then the cycle begins again, down through none and Entwo and N3, and back up again to REM. 4 or 5 complete cycles in a full night of sleep, each one 90 to 110 minutes long, each one slightly different from the last, each one building on the one before. This is the architecture of the night. This is the structure of sleep, not a single, undifferentiated darkness, but a living, cycling, purposeful journey, repeated and refined across all the hours of rest. And right now, you are inside it. You may be in none, at the soft and wavering threshold. You may be in Entwo, with the spindles firing their quiet signals, weaving the memories of the day into the fabric of the night. You may be deeper still, in the slow, broad, restoring country of N3, your delta waves rolling like the deep sea, your body doing its silent and essential work. Or perhaps, you have already crossed into REM. Perhaps the dreaming has already begun, somewhere in the territory just below the surface of these words. If so, go follow it. There is nothing here that needs you. The night knows where it is going, and it will bring you home. You are halfway through the night now, halfway through this long, soft journey through the world of dreams. And if you have been drifting, if the words have been washing over you without quite landing, if the thread of listening has slipped away and then returned and then slipped away again, then you are doing exactly what this night is for. Let the drifting happen. Let the words come and go like weather, like the tide, like music. You do not need to understand to feel. We are going to talk now about the most extraordinary destination of the sleep cycle, the stage that has fascinated scientists and dreamers and philosophers in equal measure. The stage that, for all its familiarity, for all the nights you have spent inside it without even knowing, remains one of the most remarkable things a living brain can do. We are going to talk about REM sleep. eye movement sleep, the dreaming stage, the place where the brain wakes up inside the sleeping body and begins to build worlds. The story of how REM sleep was discovered is one of the most quietly wonderful stories in the history of science. And like many of the best discoveries, it began not in some grand experiment, not with expensive equipment or a team of specialists, but with a graduate student, a tired child, and a careful pair of eyes. The year was 1952. The place was a sleep laboratory at the University of Chicago. The graduate student was a young man named Eugene Aserinsky, working on his doctoral dissertation under the supervision of a researcher named Nathaniel Clayton, a man who was already one of the world's leading authorities on sleep. Aserinsky had been studying eye movements in sleeping children, a small, specific, seemingly modest line of inquiry. And one night, observing his own young son Armand as he slept, Aserinsky noticed something that stopped him. His son's eyes were moving, not the slow, drifting movements that occur at the edges of sleep, not a random twitch. These were rapid, purposeful-looking movements, quick, flickering, almost as if the sleeping child were watching something, as if behind those closed lids there were something to see. Aserinsky watched. He noted the time. He waited. He watched again. And he found that these bursts of rapid eye movement occurred not once, but repeatedly through the course of the night, arriving at intervals, lasting for minutes, disappearing, and then returning again. He brought this observation to Clayton. Together, they attached electrodes to sleeping subjects and recorded both the electrical activity of the brain and the movement of the eyes throughout the night. And what they found confirmed what Aserinsky had first observed in his son's room. At regular intervals during the night, something remarkable happened. The brain's electrical activity shifted dramatically. The patterns on the EEG became rapid and complex, almost indistinguishable from the patterns of a waking brain. And the eyes moved beneath their lids in those quick, flickering bursts. And when the researchers woke their subjects during these periods, when they gently interrupted the sleep at precisely the moment the eyes were moving. Their subjects reported dreams, vivid, detailed, fully narrative dreams, recalled with a clarity that subjects woken from other stages of sleep almost never matched. Aserinsky and Clayton published their findings on the 4th of September, 1953. In the journal Science, the paper was barely 2 pages long. It was titled, in the precise language of academic science, Regularly Occurring Periods of Eye Motility and Concomitant Phenomena During Sleep. And it changed everything. In 2 quiet pages, the ancient mystery of the dreaming mind had found its physical address. Dreams happened in REM sleep, and REM sleep was real, measurable, reproducible, and available for study. The subjective experience of dreaming, something that had been the exclusive territory of philosophy and mythology, and personal testimony for thousands of years, had crossed over into the world of science. What researchers have learned about REM sleep in the decades since that discovery is extraordinary. REM sleep typically begins about 60 to 90 minutes after you first fall asleep. The first REM period of the night is brief, perhaps 5 or 10 minutes. But as the night progresses and the sleep cycles repeat, the REM periods grow longer and longer. By the final cycle of the night, the last few hours before morning, a single REM period may last as long as 30 minutes or even more. This is why the most vivid and most memorable dreams tend to be the ones closest to morning. The dreaming brain has had many hours to warm up. The REM periods have grown long and rich and fully developed. The story the sleeping mind is telling has had time to find its depth over the course of a full night. Roughly 20% of your total sleep time is spent in REM. For an 8-hour night, that is approximately 90 minutes spent inside the dreaming mind's private world. 90 minutes of images, feelings, stories, and sensations, most of which you will not remember in the morning, but all of which your brain has generated with the same electrical intensity and the same metabolic investment it brings to the most active hours of the waking day. The chemistry of the brain during REM sleep is unique and remarkable. One neurotransmitter, acetylcholine, rises to levels comparable to those seen during active waking. Acetylcholine is strongly associated with arousal, attention, and the formation of memories, and its high presence during REM sleep is thought to be one of the primary drivers of the vivid, immersive quality of dreaming consciousness. At the same time, two other neurotransmitters, serotonin and norepinephrine, drop to their lowest levels of the entire day and night. Serotonin is associated with mood stability, with the sense of grounded, organized waking awareness. Norepinephrine is associated with alertness and the filtering of sensory input. When both of these are diminished, when their stabilizing, organizing influence on the brain is at its quietest, the result is a kind of consciousness that is vivid and emotionally intense, but loosened from the usual anchors of logic and critical thought. This is the chemical environment of the dream, rich in the neurotransmitter of attention and memory, depleted of the neurotransmitters of rational order. A mind that is fully awake in some ways and completely freed from its usual constraints in others. The emotional regions of the dreaming brain, particularly the amygdala, which processes fear, joy, and emotional significance, are highly active during REM sleep, more active in some studies than they are during ordinary waking. This is why dreams arrive carrying such strong feelings. The dreaming mind does not deliver emotion gently from a distance, with the buffer of reason softening the experience. It delivers it directly, fully, all at once. The prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for rational judgment, self-awareness, and critical evaluation, is significantly quieter during REM sleep than during waking. This is the region that would normally say, "This cannot be happening. This makes no sense. I should question this." And in REM sleep, its voice is low, which is why the dream proceeds unquestioned, which is why you can fly and find it perfectly reasonable, which is why you can meet the face of someone gone and feel not surprise, but simply joy. body during REM sleep enters a state of almost complete muscular paralysis. This remarkable condition, called REM atonia, is generated by specific circuits in the brainstem, which send inhibitory signals down the spinal cord, preventing the motor neurons from carrying out the movements the dreaming brain is generating. The brain may be running, leaping, reaching, speaking, but the body lies still. This is an elegant and essential protection. Without it, sleeping people would act out their dreams, physically running when the dream involves running, reaching and grasping, and speaking and falling. The stillness of the sleeping body is not accidental. It is a carefully engineered safety system, running perfectly every night, so that the dreaming mind can range as freely as it needs to while the body rests undisturbed. The eye movements themselves, those rapid, flickering movements that gave REM sleep its name, are one of the only parts of the body that escape the general paralysis of this stage, and researchers have found that they are genuinely connected to the visual activity of the dream. When dreamers report watching something moving to the left in their dream, the eyes tend to have moved left. When the dream involves a vast, open landscape, the eye movements are wide and sweeping. The sleeping eyes are following the dream, tracking the images generated by the visual cortex with the same unconscious responsiveness they would bring to any waking scene. Beyond its role in dreaming, REM sleep appears to be profoundly important for emotional regulation. Studies consistently show that people deprived of REM sleep, even when they receive adequate total sleep overall, become measurably more emotionally reactive, more easily overwhelmed, more prone to anxiety, irritability, and distress. The emotional processing that happens during REM sleep, the nightly work of integrating, softening, and contextualizing the emotional experiences of the day, is not optional. It is essential. It is the sleeping mind taking care of the waking one. There is a theory proposed by the sleep researcher Matthew Walker and others that REM sleep does something very specific and very powerful with difficult emotional memories, that it strips the emotional charge away from the memory itself, storing the factual content of the experience while reducing its raw emotional intensity. Sleep, in this view, is not simply rest. It is therapy. The dreaming mind revisits what was hard and gentles it, returns it to you in the morning a little lighter than it was the night before. You may feel something like that right now. A lightness, a softness, the weight of the day beginning to lift, just slightly, as the night does its quiet and necessary work. The dreams that are forming now, somewhere below the surface of your awareness, in the territory your waking mind cannot directly observe, are not random. They are not noise. They are the dreaming mind doing its careful work, tending to you, taking the raw material of who you are and what you have lived through, and weaving it into something a little more whole. Let it work. Let the night do what the night has always done. You are safe here. You are held. And the dreaming mind, ancient and patient and faithful as the dark itself, knows exactly what you need. There is a question that almost every person who has ever lain awake in the moments just after waking has quietly asked themselves, why did I dream that? It is a question that arrives in the half-light between sleep and morning, when the images are still vivid enough to remember, but already beginning their slow dissolve into the ordinary texture of the day. You can feel the dream fading even as you try to hold it. And in that fading, in that brief window before it is gone entirely, you are left with the question, why that? Why now? Why that particular face? That particular place? That particular impossible and strangely moving sequence of events? Tonight, we are not going to answer that question definitively, because no one has, not fully, not yet, but we are going to explore something that gets us closer to an answer. We are going to look at the many different kinds of dreams that human beings experience, at the distinct types and patterns that researchers and dreamers have identified across years of careful observation. And in doing so, we may find that the question itself becomes a little less mysterious. Not every dream is the same. The inner life of sleep is far richer and more varied than any single description can contain. And understanding the different shapes that dreams can take is one of the most illuminating ways to begin understanding what dreams are for. Let us begin with the type most familiar to almost all of us: the narrative dream, the story dream, the one that feels, while you are inside it, most like living, most like being awake in a world that simply happens to be somewhat unusual. In a narrative dream, there is a scene. There are people, sometimes people you know, sometimes strangers, sometimes figures who feel somehow familiar without being anyone you could name. There is movement, there is something happening, a journey, a conversation, an event, a task, a threat, a discovery. The dream has the quality of experience unfolding in time, a before and a during. Even if the after is lost when you wake, these narrative dreams are most common during REM sleep, and they tend to be the most fully realized and the most emotionally resonant of the dreams people report. They are the ones most likely to be remembered, at least partially, in the morning. And they are the ones that most often leave that question behind them. Why that? Why now? Alongside narrative dreams, researchers have identified a pattern called the day residue effect. This is the tendency of the dreaming mind to incorporate material from the immediately preceding day. The faces seen, the conversations had, the worries carried, the places visited, into the content of the night's dreams. The dreaming brain picks up the things that were most emotionally charged, most novel, or most unresolved from the waking day, and weaves them into its nightly narratives. If you spent the afternoon in a difficult conversation, you may find traces of that conversation in the night's dreams. If you watched something that moved you, or visited somewhere that surprised you, or spent time with someone you love, the dreaming mind tends to return to what mattered. It brings the day's most alive moments back into the darkness with it, and it continues to work with them there. There is also a related and fascinating phenomenon called the dream lag effect. Researchers studying the relationship between waking experience and dream content found something unexpected Some memories do not appear in dreams on the night immediately following the experience. Instead, they appear approximately 5 to 7 days later. The brain, it seems, does not always process its experiences on the same night they occur. Some material is held, turned over, and returned to the dreaming mind almost a week after the waking event that gave rise to it, suggesting a memory consolidation process that unfolds across multiple nights rather than in a single cycle of sleep. This means that the dream you have tonight may contain not just the residue of today, but the residue of a week ago, a conversation half forgotten, an emotion only partially resolved, an experience still working its way through the deeper layers of memory. The dreaming mind is patient. It works on its own timeline. Now, let us turn to one of the most universally shared dream experiences of all, the recurring dream. Recurring dreams are dreams that return, sometimes across months or even years, with the same basic scenario, the same emotional quality, the same setting or theme. They do not necessarily repeat themselves word for word, scene for scene, but they share a recognizable core, a persistent situation, a familiar atmosphere, a central feeling that says, "I have been here before." Research suggests that recurring dreams tend to reflect unresolved conflicts in the dreamer's life. They arise most often during periods of stress, during major life transitions, during times of anxiety or uncertainty, and they tend to diminish or cease when the underlying situation is resolved, when the conflict is addressed, when the transition is completed, when the anxiety finds its answer. In this sense, the recurring dream is not a malfunction. It is the dreaming mind's way of returning again and again with great patience to something that has not yet been fully processed. It is the night's version of a gentle reminder. Come back to this. This is not finished yet. There are certain recurring themes that appear so consistently across different people, different cultures, and different eras that researchers call them universal dream themes. They arise from the common architecture of human psychology, from the fears and hopes and challenges that all human beings share regardless of where or when they live. Among the most common of all dream experiences is the falling dream. Around 3/4 of people report having experienced it at some point in their lives, and that proportion is remarkably consistent across cultures. You are standing somewhere, or walking, or simply existing, and then the ground is gone. There is a sensation of dropping, sometimes accompanied by a lurching feeling in the stomach, sometimes leading to a sudden waking, heart briefly loud in the chest. Falling dreams occur most often at the transition into sleep and may be connected to the hypnic jerks of early sleep. Those small, involuntary muscle twitches that briefly interrupt the crossing of the threshold. They also tend to increase during periods of stress, during times when the waking self feels that things are moving beyond its control. Then there is the flying dream, the falling dream's most beautiful counterpart. Flying dreams are reported across virtually every culture and every era of recorded history. They are almost universally described as pleasurable, a sense of rising above the ordinary world, of moving through open air with a freedom the waking body can never quite achieve. The sensation of a flying dream, the wind, the height, the astonishing lightness, is one that many people describe as among the most vivid and most joyful experiences their dreaming mind ever delivers. Dreams of being chased are among the most common reported experiences across studies in multiple countries. There is a pursuer, sometimes specific, sometimes a faceless or formless threat. And there is the dreamer, moving through the dream's landscape in flight. These dreams tend to increase during times of stress or avoidance, when the waking mind is feeling pressured by something it has not yet faced. Dreams of teeth falling out are surprisingly common and surprisingly consistent across cultures. Reported in studies from North America, Europe, Asia, and beyond, they tend to be unsettling in quality without being outright nightmares. The dreamer finds their teeth crumbling or loosening, and the feeling that accompanies the experience is one of vulnerability and unease. They have been associated by researchers with anxieties around appearance, communication, and personal power. Though, as with all dreams, the specific meaning varies from person to person, there is another type of dream experience that is among the strangest and most distinctive that the sleeping mind produces. It is called a false awakening. A false awakening is a dream in which the dreamer believes they have woken up. The dream takes place not in some unfamiliar landscape, but in a faithful and detailed reproduction of the dreamer's own bedroom, their own home, their own morning routine. They wake in the dream and get out of bed. They move through their familiar space. Everything looks and feels exactly right. And then, at some point, perhaps when something small goes slightly wrong, when a light switch behaves oddly or a reflection doesn't quite match, the dreamer realizes that they are still asleep. False awakenings can be layered. The dreamer may wake within a dream and then wake again, and then again, in a series of nested false mornings, each one dissolving eventually to reveal another dream beneath it. The philosopher Bertrand Russell once described experiencing what he believed were approximately 100 successive false awakenings while recovering from anesthesia. Waking and waking and waking again, each time into another version of not quite waking. Research has shown that false awakenings are significantly more likely to occur in people who practice lucid dreaming, and often occur just before or just after a lucid dream, suggesting that they occupy a similar threshold territory, a borderland between ordinary dreaming and the more conscious form of awareness that lucid dreaming involves. And finally, there are what might simply be called healing dreams. Dreams that arrive at difficult moments and offer something the waking mind has not been able to find. Dreams of comfort during grief, dreams of resolution during conflict, dreams in which a fear is met and faced and found to be smaller than it seemed. These are not a scientifically defined category in the way that the others are, but they are reported consistently enough across enough people cultures that they are worth naming. The dreaming mind is not always gentle, but it is always working on your behalf. Even the difficult dreams, especially the difficult dreams, are the mind doing its faithful, patient work of taking care of you. Whatever comes tonight, it comes from somewhere deep inside you. Something that knows you very well, something that has been watching over you every night of your life. Trust it. There is a moment that some dreamers know. It arrives without warning in the middle of an ordinary dream, in the middle of a scene that might be strange or familiar or somewhere in between. And in that moment, something shifts. A small, clear light comes on somewhere inside the dreaming mind. And with it comes a recognition so simple and so startling that it changes the entire quality of the experience in an instant. I am dreaming. Not a vague suspicion, not the fleeting half-thought that sometimes brushes at the edge of sleep and is gone before it can be held, but a clear, full, certain knowing, a waking up not out of the dream, but inside it. The dream continues. The world is still there, still vivid, still all around. But now the dreamer is conscious within it, aware, present in a new way, the way a person is present when they truly know where they are. This is lucid dreaming, and it is, by almost any measure, one of the most extraordinary things a human mind can do. The word lucid comes from the Latin lucidus, meaning bright, clear, full of light. A lucid dream is a dream in which clarity has arrived, in which the usually dim and uncritical consciousness of the dreaming state wakes to itself and says, with perfect certainty, "This is a dream." The experience has been reported across history, across cultures, across centuries of human testimony. The ancient Greeks described it. Tibetan Buddhist monks developed elaborate contemplative practices around it more than 1,000 years ago. Aristotle noted in his writings on sleep that the sleeper sometimes perceives that what is presented is a dream. A remarkably precise description, written in the 4th century before the Common Era, of exactly what lucid dreaming feels like. But for most of that long history, lucid dreaming remained in the territory of personal testimony, something that individuals reported experiencing, something that traditions cultivated and described, but something that science could not directly observe or verify. It was, in the language of research, entirely subjective, and subjective experiences, however vivid, however consistent across many independent reports, are difficult to study with the tools of science. That changed in the late 1970s and early 1980s, thanks to the work of a remarkable researcher at Stanford University named Stephen LaBerge. LaBerge had been a lucid dreamer from childhood. He remembered the experience from his earliest years, waking up inside his dreams, becoming aware that he was dreaming, and finding in that awareness a kind of freedom and wonder that stayed with him long after the dream itself had faded. When he came to study sleep science, he brought that personal experience with him, and he brought the scientist's question: how can this be proven? The challenge was elegant in its simplicity and daunting in its difficulty. A dreamer claiming to be conscious inside a dream could not simply say so afterward. That would prove nothing. The report would come after waking, from a person who could not demonstrate that their claimed awareness had occurred inside the dream, rather than in the moments of waking. What LaBerge needed was a way for the lucid dreamer to communicate from inside the dream in real time while the dream was happening, while the EEG was running and the monitoring equipment was recording. The solution he found was beautiful in its ingenuity. The eyes. During REM sleep, the body is held in its protective paralysis. The muscles are still. The limbs are quiet. The voice is silent, but the eyes, as we have explored, continue to move freely. And eye movements can be recorded by the EEG equipment in the sleep laboratory. LaBerge trained himself and other experienced lucid dreamers to perform a specific, prearranged sequence of eye movements at the moment they achieved lucidity inside a dream. A simple code: left, right, left, right. That could only be intentional, only be deliberate, only be the signal of a conscious mind choosing to act. And it worked. The EEG records showed the characteristic patterns of REM sleep. The brain was dreaming. The body was still. And there, inscribed in the movement of the eyes, left, right, was the signal, a message sent from inside a dream to the waking world outside it. Proof, undeniable and repeatable, that a conscious, self-aware mind was present inside the dreaming state when Laberge published his findings in 1980 as part of his doctoral dissertation at Stanford, and then confirmed them in further studies in the years that followed. The scientific community's response was initially skeptical, and then gradually convinced. The evidence was too clean, too consistent, too elegantly gathered to dismiss. Lucid dreaming was real. It was a genuine phenomenon, not a confusion of waking and sleeping, not a misremembering, not a fanciful report, but a verifiable, measurable state of consciousness with its own distinct signature in the brain. Laberge went on to develop techniques for inducing lucid dreaming deliberately, ways of increasing the frequency and reliability of the experience for those who wished to explore it. The most well-known of these is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. Mild works by harnessing the power of intention set at the threshold of sleep. Before closing your eyes for the night, or upon waking briefly in the early morning hours, the practitioner holds a clear and specific intention in mind. The next time I am dreaming, I will recognize that I am dreaming. This intention, held gently but clearly, visualized with as much sensory detail as possible, is then carried into sleep. The sleeping mind, it seems, can take instructions from the waking one. Given a clear enough intention at the moment of the threshold crossing, the dreaming brain will sometimes remember what it was asked to look for. Another widely practiced technique involves what are called reality checks, simple habits of questioning cultivated during the waking day, with the aim of carrying that questioning into the dream. A reality check might be as simple as asking, with genuine curiosity rather than rhetorical dismissal, am I dreaming right now? And looking for the small inconsistencies that the dream world, however convincing, tends to contain. Text that shifts and changes when you look away and back again. Clocks that show impossible or shifting times. Fingers that number more or fewer than 5. Light switches that produce no effect. These small instabilities, these places where the dream's construction is slightly imperfect, are the cracks through which lucidity can enter. When the habit of questioning is established firmly enough in waking life, it begins, with some consistency, to arise inside the dream as well. And when the question is asked within the dream, when the dreamer pauses and looks around and asks, "Am I dreaming right now?" Sometimes the answer comes back yes, and the world lights up with a different kind of awareness. What happens next in a lucid dream depends entirely on the dreamer and on the particular quality of awareness they have achieved. Some find that simply knowing they are dreaming is enough to transform the experience. The colors become more saturated, the textures more vivid and precise, the sounds more full and clear. The dream, turned upon itself by consciousness, becomes more fully itself, as though the awareness of dreaming somehow enriches the dream rather than diminishing it. Others, upon achieving lucidity, choose to explore the dream world deliberately, to fly, to visit imagined places, to seek out conversations with figures who seem to carry some wisdom or significance. The dream in this approach becomes a space of intentional exploration, as free as imagination, as vivid as waking experience. Still, others bring specific intentions to the lucid state. Athletes have used lucid dreaming to practice their sport inside the dream. And some research suggests that this mental rehearsal produces measurable improvements in waking performance. People working through fears have used the lucid dream as a safe space to confront what frightens them, to stand in the fire and discover, as the Tibetan teachers described, that the fire cannot burn you here, that the threat, examined consciously within the dream, is something that can be met and moved through. And This brings us to one of the most profound and ancient approaches to lucid dreaming in all of human history. In the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, there exists a contemplative practice called dream yoga, a discipline of working deliberately with the dream state as a vehicle for understanding the nature of consciousness itself. The Tibetan term is milam, and the tradition is described in some of the oldest texts of Vajrayana Buddhism, taught as one of the 6 dharmas of Naropa, a set of advanced contemplative practices transmitted from teacher to student across more than 1,000 years. The aim of dream yoga is not simply to have interesting or pleasant lucid dreams. It is something far more ambitious. The practitioner learns to remain aware not only through the dreaming state, but through all states, through the moments of falling asleep, through the dreaming, through the deep, dreamless sleep that lies beneath. Awareness is sustained like a thread running through all the territories of the night, illuminating each one and finding in each one the same fundamental quality of mind that underlies all experience. The Tibetan teachers describe the dream state as a mirror, a place where the mind's creative power is made visible, where it becomes undeniably clear that the world of the dream, however vivid and convincing, is made entirely from the mind's own resources. And if that is true of the dream, the tradition suggests, then perhaps it is also worth asking, gently, openly, with great curiosity, rather than with conclusions already in hand. What is the waking world made of? That is a question to hold softly in the quiet, not to answer, just to hold. Because right now, the waking world is very far away, and the dreaming world, that vast, creative, luminous territory, is very close indeed. Whatever comes tonight, in the hours ahead, may it come gently. May it carry you somewhere beautiful, and may you, now and then, wake up just enough inside it to know how extraordinary it is to be there. Not every dream is gentle, and a truly honest exploration of the dream world, a complete and caring account of what happens in the darkness behind our eyes, has to include this. It has to make room, gently, and without alarm for the dreams that are not soft, for the ones that arrive in the night with fear in their hands rather than comfort, for the ones that wake you with your heart loud and your breath unsteady, reaching instinctively for the reassurance of the familiar room around you. These are the nightmares, and they are as universal as human, and in their own way as meaningful as any other kind of dream. Before we explore them, let us rest in something important, something steady. You are safe right now. The night around you is quiet. Whatever the dreaming mind brings in the hours ahead, you are held in the safety of the waking world's structures. Your room, your bed, your breath, your body. And the dark dreams, when they come, always end. They have always ended. Every single one. The night, however dark its passages, has always led to morning. Knowing that really letting it settle can change how we hold the more difficult parts of the dream world, not with dread or resistance, but with something closer to the patient, open-handed curiosity of someone who has learned over many nights to trust the darkness. So let us look at nightmares together. Honestly, gently, and without fear. The word nightmare is one of the most etymologically rich words in the English language, and its origins reveal something extraordinary about the shared human experience of frightening dreams. The word has been in use for nearly 1,000 years, and the second half of it, mare, does not refer to a horse. It comes from an older word used across many of the ancient languages of Northern Europe, the Old English mare, the Old Norse mara, the Swedish and Norwegian mare. In all of these languages, the word referred to a supernatural being, a kind of spirit or demon believed to visit sleeping people in the night and cause them distress. The mare, in Norse and Germanic folklore, was said to sit upon the chest of the sleeper, pressing down with a weight that made breathing difficult, inducing feelings of terror and suffocation in the dark. She could take many forms, sometimes a woman, sometimes an animal, sometimes a formless, crushing presence. In Swedish tradition, iron objects placed in the doorway or under the pillow were said to keep her away. Iron being a substance that spirits could not cross. In Norwegian folk belief, the mare was sometimes thought to be the wandering soul of a living person, someone whose spirit slipped free of its body during sleep and traveled to torment others against its own will across cultures and continents. Strikingly similar figures appear. The Japanese kaneshibari, meaning bound in metal, describes the same experience of waking in paralysis, unable to move or cry out, sometimes sensing a presence in the room. In West African and Caribbean traditions, a figure sometimes called the old hag sits on the chests of sleepers in the night. In Chinese folklore, a small creature steals the breath of the sleeping. In Brazilian tradition, the pisadera, a skeletal figure with long fingernails, treads on the chests of those who sleep on their backs after eating too much. The consistency across these completely separate traditions, developed by peoples who had no knowledge of each other, living in completely different parts of the world, separated by oceans and centuries, points toward something real at the root of all of them. What all of these accounts are almost certainly describing, in the vivid language of folklore and belief, is an experience that modern sleep science has named and explained. The experience is called sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis occurs when a person becomes conscious, becomes aware enough to think, to see the room, to hear sounds, while still in the state of muscular atonia that accompanies REM sleep. The body's protective paralysis, which normally dissolves as we wake, is still in effect. And so the person finds themselves in a strange and frightening position, aware but unable to move, thinking but unable to speak or call out, awake but held in the stillness of the sleeping body. This experience is often accompanied by vivid and frightening hallucinations. The particular quality of these hallucinations varies from person to person and from culture to culture, but they follow recognizable patterns, a sense of a presence in the room, something watching, something approaching, a feeling of weight on the chest, of pressure, of difficulty breathing. Sometimes a visible figure, dark, looming at the edge of vision or standing directly over the sleeper. The ancient Norse experienced it and called it the mare. The medieval Europeans experienced it and called it the demon. The people of West Africa experienced it and called it the old hag. And today, sleep researchers estimate that approximately 8% of the general population experiences sleep paralysis regularly, with much higher rates during periods of sleep deprivation, stress, and disrupted sleep schedules. We are all beneath the surface of our different cultures and beliefs and centuries, running on the same extraordinary biological hardware. And that hardware, in certain conditions, produces certain experiences. The creature sitting on the chest is the same creature, experienced by every culture that has ever felt the weight of a sleepless or frightened night. There is something deeply human in the fact that, across all that distance and all that time, people independently created stories to make sense of this frightening experience. Stories that gave the terror a face, a name, a folklore. That transformed the incomprehensible into something that could at least be spoken about around the fire. That said, we have felt this too. You are not alone in the dark. Nightmares themselves, the frightening dreams that occur during REM sleep, as distinct from the sleep paralysis experience, are among the most common sleep disturbances reported by people of all ages. Children tend to have the most nightmares, particularly between the ages of 3 and 6, when the world is still so new and so full of things not yet understood, and the dreaming mind is processing an enormous volume of new and sometimes frightening experience. Nightmare frequency tends to decrease gradually through childhood and adolescence and into adulthood, though it increases again during periods of stress, illness, grief, and major life change. Recurring nightmares, the kind that return again and again with the same basic content, are particularly associated with post-traumatic stress for people who have lived through genuinely frightening or overwhelming experiences. The dreaming mind may return to those experiences repeatedly in the night, replaying them in some form as though the processing of what happened has stalled, and the dreaming mind keeps returning to where it left off. Research has shown that these recurring nightmares can be addressed and changed through a therapeutic approach called imagery rehearsal therapy. The approach is elegantly simple in principle. The person with the recurring nightmare describes it, writes it down, tells its story, makes it visible in waking language, and then they are invited to rewrite it. Not necessarily in a way that makes the nightmare pleasant or unrealistic, but in a way that gives it a different direction, a different outcome, a different turn in the narrative, a new ending. The rewritten version is then rehearsed in the waking state, imagined clearly and repeatedly, held in the mind with as much sensory detail as possible, until the new version becomes as familiar as the old one. And over time, the dreaming mind, which, as we have seen, draws on the waking mind's memories and intentions and emotional material, begins to incorporate the new story. The recurring nightmare shifts, its grip loosens, some of its charge dissolves. Studies have found that imagery rehearsal therapy produces significant and lasting reductions in nightmare frequency and intensity, with benefits sustained for 6 to 12 months following treatment. Large effects on sleep quality and on the broader symptoms of post-traumatic stress. Not a cure, not a guarantee, but a genuine and well-evidenced path toward gentler nights for those whose nights have been very hard. The results carry an important and hopeful message. The dreaming mind, for all its independence and mystery, is not entirely beyond reach. The stories we tell ourselves, the intentions we carry into sleep, the emotional work we do in the waking hours, these things cross the threshold with us. They find their way into the night, and they can, with patience and care and the right kind of attention, change what the night holds. Even the most difficult dream carries within it the possibility of change. Even the darkest passage of the dream world contains a door, if you know how to look for it. And this is perhaps the most reassuring thing that can be said about nightmares. In the end, they are not permanent. They are not the whole truth of the night. They complex landscape, a part that deserves acknowledgement, that deserves honest attention, and whatever care is needed. But only a part. The night is so much larger than its darkest moments, and the morning has always waited patiently on the other side of every one of them. Breathe slowly now. Let the weight of anything difficult that has been named here simply settle without resistance. You do not need to carry any of it. The dark dreams come and the dark dreams pass, and the morning always comes. It always comes. There is a piece of wisdom so old and so widely shared that it has become something we say without thinking. Sleep on it. When a problem resists solution, when a decision feels too large and too tangled to be made in the noise and brightness of the waking day, when the mind has been turning something over and over and the answer will not come, we say, sleep on it. Put it down. Let the night have it. Come back to it in the morning. This is one of the oldest and most universal pieces of human practical wisdom. It appears in some form in nearly every culture and every era, and for most of history, it was simply accepted, a piece of lived knowledge, reliable enough to pass along, without anyone quite being able to explain why it worked. Now we know why it works. And the explanation is, if anything, even more remarkable than the intuition. Tonight, in this 11th gentle hour of our journey through the world of dreams, we are going to explore one of the most beautiful and most practically significant discoveries in modern sleep science: the deep and intricate relationship between dreaming, memory, and learning, the way the sleeping mind takes the raw material of experience and refines it, the way the dreaming brain reaches into what you know and makes it more fully yours, the way the night, in its quiet and faithful way, finishes the work that the day began. Let us start with what happens to a memory when you first form it. In the waking hours, every new experience, every fact learned, every skill practiced, every emotion felt, every face encountered is encoded in the brain's memory systems. The primary site for this initial encoding is a structure called the hippocampus, a curved, seahorse-shaped region deep within the brain, essential for the formation of new memories. The hippocampus acts as a kind of way station. It holds new memories in a relatively fragile and temporary form, available for recall, but not yet fully secured, not yet deeply woven into the stable fabric of long-term knowledge. Think of it like notes made quickly in pencil before the writing can be transferred to something more permanent. The notes are there, but they need to be rewritten more carefully if they are going to last. That rewriting happens during sleep, during the night, particularly during slow wave deep sleep, and in a different but complementary way during REM sleep. The hippocampus replays the day's newly encoded memories. It sends them outward to the cortex, the brain's vast outer layer, where they are integrated into existing knowledge structures and stored in a more durable and stable form. The fragile pencil notes become something permanent. The temporary encoding becomes long-term memory. Researchers have actually observed this replay process in sleeping brains, using electrodes to record the activity of individual neurons in sleeping animals. They have detected sequences of neural firing during sleep that closely match the sequences recorded during a preceding waking task. The brain, in effect, running through the experience again, consolidating the pattern of it, writing it more deeply into its own structure. And here is where the connection to dreaming becomes remarkable. A series of studies has found that people who dream about a task they have recently learned show significantly better performance on that task afterward, compared to people who sleep but do not dream about it, and compared to people who remain awake. The dreaming mind, engaging with the material of the learning experience, appears to be actively participating in its consolidation. In one particularly striking study, participants were trained on a spatial navigation task, learning their way through a virtual maze. They were then allowed to sleep, and upon waking, they were asked about any dreams they had. Those whose dreams incorporated imagery related to the maze, who found themselves dreaming of the corridors, the landmarks, the spatial relationships of the virtual environment, showed dramatically greater improvement on the task at retest than those whose dreams had been unrelated to the learning. The dream was not merely reflecting the consolidation happening elsewhere in the brain. It was, in some meaningful sense, part of the consolidation process itself. The relationship between dreaming and memory is complex and still being actively researched. Both slow-wave sleep and REM sleep appear to contribute, but in different ways and for different types of learning. Deep sleep seems to be particularly important for declarative memories, the kind that can be consciously recalled and stated. Facts, events, experiences. REM sleep seems particularly important for procedural memories, emotional memories, and the kind of creative, associative learning that involves making connections between different areas of knowledge. It is REM sleep's capacity for creative association that may be one of its most extraordinary gifts to the learning mind. The dreaming brain during REM sleep, as we have explored, is running in a state of remarkable chemical freedom, depleted of the neurotransmitters that normally enforce logical, sequential, critical thinking, and rich in the neurotransmitter of attention and associative connection. It draws on memories and knowledge and experience from across the whole landscape of what the mind contains, and it makes connections between them. Connections that the more orderly waking brain might never find, because the waking brain is too busy following the well-worn paths of established thinking to venture into the stranger and more generative territory between them. This is why so many of the most famous creative breakthroughs in the history of science and art have arrived in sleep. The chemist Auguste Kekulé had been working for years on the problem of benzene's molecular structure, a puzzle that resisted all his waking efforts. One evening, he dozed in his armchair by the fire and fell into a dream in which atoms danced before his eyes, arranging and rearranging themselves until they formed the image of a snake biting its own tail, curling into a circle. He woke with the answer fully formed. The benzene molecule, he understood at once, was a ring. The snake eating its own tail had shown him something his waking logic had been unable to find. And in doing so, it opened the door to an entirely new field of chemistry. James Watson, one of the two scientists credited with determining the double helix structure of DNA, has described a dream of two intertwined serpentine forms that contributed to his insight into the paired, spiraling structure of the molecule when he and Francis Crick published their landmark paper in 1953. They were describing, in the precise language of science, something that had first appeared in the symbolic language of dreams. The pharmacologist Otto Lowy had been searching for evidence that nerve signals were transmitted chemically rather than electrically. A question that would eventually earn him the Nobel Prize. One night, he dreamed of an experiment that would prove his hypothesis. He woke and wrote it down, but in the morning could not read his own notes. The following night, he dreamed the experiment again, woke immediately, went directly to his laboratory, and performed the experiment exactly as the dream had described it. The results confirmed his hypothesis. The Nobel Prize followed. Paul McCartney has described waking from a dream with the melody of Yesterday, one of the most recorded songs in the history of popular music, fully formed in his mind. So complete was the melody, so finished in its every detail, that he spent some time searching through his memory, convinced he must have heard it somewhere before. When he could not find it anywhere, he accepted what his dreaming mind had given him and wrote it down. It has been performed more than 7 million times. Thomas Edison, one of the most prolific inventors who ever lived, the holder of more than 1,000 patents, developed an elaborate and deliberate method for accessing the threshold between waking and sleeping, the hypnagogic state we explored earlier in our journey. He would sit in a chair with steel balls in his hands, held over metal pans on the floor. As he drifted toward sleep and his muscles relaxed, the balls would fall, clattering into the pans, and waking him before he crossed fully into sleep, catching him at the threshold in that fertile and unconstrained territory where images arise freely and associations flow without the resistance of waking logic. He credited this practice with many of his most important insights. What all of these stories share is an understanding, arrived at by different people in different centuries through very different means, that the sleeping mind has access to something the waking mind does not something supernatural, not something magical in the fantastical sense, but something genuinely extraordinary in the most precise meaning of that word. The sleeping brain, freed from the constraints of sequential reasoning, freed from the demands of the immediate environment, freed from the critical monitoring that the waking frontal lobes maintain over every thought. This brain makes connections. It finds patterns. It takes the scattered pieces of everything the waking mind has been working on and looks at them from angles that the waking mind cannot reach. And it delivers what it finds in the only language available to it, the language of image, of feeling, of symbol, of story, the language of the dream. So when you lie down tonight with something unresolved, a question that has been circling, a problem that has not yet yielded, a creative thing that is not quite finished, know that the work does not stop when you close your eyes. It continues. The mind that rests is also the mind that works. And the morning may bring you something that the evening could not find. Not always. Not on demand. The dreaming mind works on its own schedule, in its own way, with its own sense of what matters and what is ready, but it works. It is working right now. Deep below the surface of these softening thoughts, in the quiet country of consolidation and connection and creative reach, the sleeping mind is doing something extraordinary on your behalf. Let it. You have done enough for today. The night will take it from here. We have traveled a very long way together tonight. From the ancient dream temples of Egypt and the healing sanctuaries of Greece, through the mythology of Morpheus and the philosophy of Zhuangzi, through the discovery of REM sleep and the extraordinary architecture of the sleeping brain, through lucid dreaming and recurring dreams, and the gentle, faithful work of memory consolidation, through nightmares and their names, and the traditions that grew up around them across every corner of the human world. And now, in this final section of our long and quiet journey, we arrive at the place where all of that ancient wondering meets the present moment, where thousands of years of human curiosity about the dreaming mind converge with the tools and technologies of now, where the question that has always been asked, what is happening inside the sleeping mind, is, for the first time in history, beginning to receive an answer that can be seen. We are going to talk about the future of dream science, and if some of what we explore in this section sounds like something from a story, like something that belongs in the pages of a novel rather than the pages of a research journal, that is because the boundary between those two things in the world of dream science right now is thinner than it has ever been. Let us begin with something that would have seemed, even 20 years ago, entirely impossible. In the laboratories of the Advanced Telecommunications Research Institute in Kyoto, Japan, and in research centers in Osaka, in Stanford, in universities across Europe and North America, scientists are teaching artificial intelligence to read dreams. The method works like this. A sleeping participant lies in an fMRI scanner, a machine that measures blood flow in different regions of the brain, producing moment-by-moment maps of which neural territories are most active as the participant sleeps, as the REM periods come and go. The scanner records the continuous changing patterns of brain activity, and a machine learning system trained on thousands of hours of paired brain scans and waking visual experience reads those patterns and attempts to reconstruct what the sleeping brain is seeing. The results in their early stages are imperfect and partial. The images that emerge are hazy, rough approximations, catching the broad shapes and emotional qualities of the dream rather than its precise details. But they are recognizable when shown both the AI-generated image and other images. Dreamers can identify which one matches what they were dreaming with an accuracy well above chance. In some studies, accuracy in identifying broad dream categories, whether the dreamer was seeing a person an object, a landscape, an animal has reached 60% and above, not perfect, but impossible to dismiss. The sleeping brain, it turns out, has a language, a pattern of electrical and hemodynamic activity that corresponds to what it is generating in the dream. And that language can, with sufficient care and sophisticated tools, be read. Researchers at Kyoto University published results in which their system successfully reconstructed visual imagery from participants dreaming inside the scanner, identifying not just general categories, but specific objects, keys, houses, people, animals, the shapes of things the dreaming mind was building, captured from the outside, translated back into something visible. What comes next, if the technology continues to develop, is genuinely extraordinary to contemplate. The possibility of a portable device, a headband, a sleep mask, something worn without disrupting the night, that could record the broad contours of a person's dreams throughout the night and offer them back in the morning, not a perfect playback, not the full, vivid richness of the dream experience itself, but a trace, an impression, an artifact of the night's inner life, preserved beyond the dissolving that normally claims it within minutes of waking. The implications for therapy alone are profound. For people living with post-traumatic stress disorder, for whom recurring nightmares are among the most debilitating symptoms, the ability to observe and work with the actual content of the dream, rather than relying on the fragmentary and often incomplete recall available upon waking, could transform the therapeutic process entirely. A therapist and patient working together, not from the patient's imperfect memory of a nightmare, but from an actual record of it. Imagery rehearsal therapy, guided by real data rather than reconstruction. Now let us turn to another frontier of dream science, one that feels, in some ways, even more remarkable than dream recording: the ability to speak to the dreaming mind. In February of 2026, researchers published findings from a study in which they used a technique called targeted memory reactivation to guide the content of sleeping participants' dreams, and in doing so, significantly enhanced their ability to solve problems upon waking. Targeted memory reactivation, or TMR, is a method of influencing sleep-based memory consolidation by delivering gentle sensory cues during sleep. The cues are typically sounds, quiet enough not to wake the sleeper, but detectable by the sleeping brain, that have been associated with specific memories or tasks during a preceding waking session. When these sounds are played during the appropriate sleep stage, the brain, recognizing the association, reactivates the memory, drawing it forward into the consolidation process, giving it additional processing, working it more deeply into the fabric of what is known. In the 2026 study, participants attempted to solve a set of puzzles before going to sleep, puzzles that remained unsolved at bedtime. During their sleep, the researchers used brain monitoring to confirm they were in the appropriate sleep stage, and then played sounds associated with specific puzzles, gentle audio cues that reminded the sleeping brain of the unresolved problem without waking the sleeper. The results were striking. 75% of participants who received the targeted cues reported dreams that included elements or ideas related to the cued puzzles, and those puzzles, the ones that had appeared in the dreams, were solved at a dramatically higher rate upon waking. 42% of the dream-related puzzles were solved the next day, compared to only 17% of the puzzles that had not been cued into the dreaming mind. The dreaming mind, given a quiet nudge toward a specific problem during sleep, solved it at 2.5 times the rate of the undirected mind. This is not science fiction. This was published in a peer-reviewed journal using rigorously designed methodology with pre-registered outcomes. The ability to gently guide the dreaming mind toward productive, creative, problem-solving work is real, and it is in its infancy. The applications stretch in many directions. Educational researchers are exploring whether targeted memory reactivation during sleep could enhance the consolidation of newly learned material, whether students who sleep with gentle cues reminding their sleeping brains of the day's lessons retain more than those who simply sleep. Early results suggest that they do. Clinicians working with trauma are exploring whether TMR, combined with therapeutic work done in the waking hours, could be used to selectively soften the emotional charge of traumatic memories during sleep, to reduce their vividness, their intrusiveness, their power to disturb the night and destabilize the day, to do in a targeted and intentional way something close to what the dreaming mind already does naturally. Take the rough and difficult material of experience and gentle it, and researchers working at the very edge of dream science are beginning to explore something that feels almost mythological in its ambition. The possibility of two-way communication with the dreaming mind, not just influencing the dream from outside and not just reading its output, but establishing something like a dialogue. A question posed to the sleeping brain from the waking world, and an answer signaled back, perhaps through the eye movement codes that Stephen LaBerge pioneered, perhaps through more sophisticated methods not yet fully developed in a remarkable study published in 2021. A team of researchers succeeded in communicating with lucid dreamers during their dreams, asking simple yes or no questions and mathematical problems, and receiving accurate responses signaled by prearranged patterns of eye movement or facial muscle contractions, all while the participants remained in verified REM sleep, a dreaming person inside their dream, aware that they were dreaming, receiving a question from the waking world and answering it correctly. The researchers called it interactive dreaming, and it is one of the most genuinely astonishing things that science has achieved in the study of the human mind. There are, of course, questions that come with all of this. Important questions and honest ones. The ability to record a dream, to influence its content, to read its imagery from the outside. These capabilities carry with them questions about privacy and consent that have no easy answers. The dreaming mind has always been the most private of places, the one interior space belongs entirely to the individual, that no one else can enter, that leaves no trace outside the dreamer's own memory. If that changes, if the dream can be recorded, shared, observed, something changes in the relationship between a person and their own inner life. These are conversations that science, philosophy, and society will need to have carefully and thoroughly as the technology develops. They are not reasons to fear the future of dream science, but they are reasons to approach it with the same thoughtfulness and care that the most interesting questions always deserve. And through all of it, through all the technology and the research and the extraordinary capabilities that are coming, the dream itself remains what it has always been: personal, strange, irreducibly interior. The experience of the dream is yours, and only yours, in a way that no scanner and no algorithm can fully capture or replicate. The hazy image reconstructed by the machine is not the dream. The dream is what it felt like, what it meant to the dreamer, what it left behind when it ended. That is still a mystery. It will remain a mystery for a long time. Perhaps, in some important sense, it will always be. And perhaps that is exactly right. Perhaps the most valuable thing about dreams is not the information they contain, but the experience of having them. The nightly reminder that the mind is vast and strange and creative beyond what the daylight hours reveal, that there are depths in you that have not been fully charted, that the night holds more than darkness. As you rest here now, at the end of this long and gentle journey through the world of dreams, let all of that settle very softly around you. You have heard so much tonight about the ancient past and the extraordinary present, about the sleeping brain and the dreaming mind, about the traditions of 100 cultures and the discoveries of the most curious scientists who ever turned their instruments toward the night. You do not need to hold any of it. You do not need to remember a single word. The words have already done their work, slowing the breath, quieting the thoughts, carrying you a little further along the road towards sleep. Everything they needed to do, they have already done. Now there is nothing left but the darkness and your breath and the dream that is coming. Let it come. You are not the only one dreaming tonight. Right now, in homes and fields and forests and oceans all across the world, other creatures are sleeping. And in many of them, perhaps in most of them, something is happening behind those closed and resting eyes that looks, from the outside, very much like what happens behind yours. A dog on a warm hearthrug, paws twitching, breathing quickening, small sounds escaping from somewhere deep in sleep. A cat curled on a windowsill, whiskers flickering, eyes moving beneath their lids in tiny, rapid shifts. A rat in a nest of shavings, small limbs cycling softly as though running somewhere that exists only inside the sleeping mind. Are they dreaming? The honest scientific answer is almost certainly yes, and the evidence for that answer, built up carefully across decades of patient and sometimes ingeniously creative research, is one of the most quietly wonderful stories in the whole of sleep science. The connection between dreaming and REM sleep, that paradoxical state in which the brain wakes up inside the sleeping body, was established in human beings in 1953 when Eugene Aserinsky first watched his son's eyes move beneath their closed lids. Within a few years of that discovery, researchers began asking a natural and unavoidable question. If human beings experience REM sleep, and if REM sleep is where dreaming happens, do other animals experience REM sleep too? The answer that came back from the laboratories was both immediate and remarkable. Almost all mammals show clear and unmistakable signs of REM sleep. Cats and dogs, rats and mice, horses and elephants, monkeys and apes, platypuses and echidnas, even whales and dolphins, though their REM sleep is briefer and differently organized than that of most land mammals, reflecting the unique demands of a life spent in water, where no creature can ever fully lose consciousness without the risk of drowning. Birds show REM sleep too, brief, intense episodes of brain activity during which the bird's eyes move beneath their lids, muscles twitch and relax. And some of the most recent and most surprising discoveries in sleep science have found signs of REM-like states in creatures even further from us on the tree of life. Octopuses, those extraordinary, alien intelligent invertebrates with their 8 arms and their distributed nervous systems, show periods of dramatic color change and flickering skin activity during sleep that bear a striking resemblance to the rapid eye movement phases of sleeping mammals. Researchers watching sleeping octopuses on camera have observed their skin cycling through complex and vivid patterns, patches of light and dark, shifting textures, whole body color changes in a way that looks, from the outside, almost like the octopus is seeing something, almost like it is watching a dream. The most direct evidence that animals are genuinely dreaming, not just experiencing the physiological state of REM sleep, but actively generating experiences during it, came from a landmark study at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 2001. The researcher Matthew Wilson and his colleague Kenway Louie had been studying how rats learn to navigate mazes. They implanted tiny electrodes into the brains of their rat subjects, electrodes sensitive enough to record the firing of individual neurons, and they tracked the patterns of neural activity as the rats ran through their mazes during the waking day. Every turn, every corridor, every decision point produced its own distinctive signature in the brain, a specific sequence of neurons firing in a specific order, as unique and recognizable as a fingerprint. Then the rats slept, and as the rats entered REM sleep and their bodies grew still, Wilson and Louie continued to monitor those same neurons. And what they found was extraordinary. The same patterns that had fired during the maze running, the same sequences in the same order, at roughly the same speed, were replaying during sleep, not vaguely, not approximately, with enough precision that the researchers could, in real time, reconstruct where in the maze the rat would have been if it were awake and running, which corridor, which turn, which moment of the journey they could watch the rats dream. the rats were dreaming of running the maze, of the specific maze they had run that day. And as the dream played through, the neurons traced the path again, all the way from the beginning of the run to the end, as faithfully as a recording. This was the first hard scientific evidence that animals experience something genuinely analogous to human dreaming. Not just the brain state, the experience. In the years that followed, similar findings have accumulated across species, songbirds, particularly zebra finches, and other species that learn their songs through practice, show, during sleep, the same neural patterns that fire when they are singing. The sleeping bird appears to be rehearsing its song, running through the melody in the privacy of the dream, practicing what it will perform again when morning comes. Young birds, still learning their songs, show the most intense and most complex of these nocturnal rehearsals. The dreaming mind of the fledgling, it seems, is one of the places where the song is learned. Cats provided some of the earliest behavioral evidence of animal dreaming. In work carried out by the French neuroscientist Michel Jouvet in the 1950s, Jouvet studied what happened when he lesioned the part of the brainstem responsible for REM atonia. The mechanism that keeps the body still during dreaming sleep. Cats with this lesion, when they entered REM sleep, began to act. They rose, they moved, they pounced and crouched and stalked, with the focused, purposeful behavior of a cat in pursuit of prey, while remaining, in every physiological measure, deeply asleep. The behavior was not confused or random. It was hunting behavior, precise, directed, fully organized. The cats were not just in REM sleep. They were dreaming of hunting. Dogs, as any dog owner has quietly suspected, almost certainly dream of being dogs. Canine cognition researcher Stanley Coren has suggested that dogs most likely dream about dog-specific experiences. Playing, running, chasing, exploring familiar environments, interacting with the people and animals they love. Larger breeds tend to have longer dreams, while smaller breeds dream more frequently. And puppies, whose rapidly developing brains are processing enormous amounts ounce of new experience every day. Appear to dream more than adult dogs, spending a greater proportion of their sleep in REM. The dreaming brain working overtime to keep up with the flood of the new. Elephants, among the most intelligent and emotionally complex animals on Earth, with memories and social bonds and grieving rituals that parallel our own, have REM sleep too, though they spend less time in it than most other mammals. In captivity, elephants have been observed lying fully down to sleep, a posture they only adopt when they feel safe, their trunks curling gently, their great bodies still, their eyes moving sometimes beneath their closed lids, an elephant lying down, dreaming. The image carries, somehow, an enormous tenderness. What are the elephants dreaming of? We cannot say. We can only guess from everything we know about their intelligence, their long memories, their deep social bonds, that the content of an elephant's dream is probably as rich and as specific and as emotionally resonant as the content of a human one, that somewhere in the slow, heavy dreaming of a sleeping elephant, there are memories of the herd, of the landscape, of the water and the dust, and the long, slow movements of a life lived in magnificent company. We are not alone in the dream world. We have never been. Every creature that sleeps, and almost every creature does, in some form, carries within it some version of this same capacity for inner experience, for the private, nocturnal generation of worlds that exist only in the mind, only for the duration of the night, only for the one who dreams them. In the quiet of this moment, as your own dreaming mind continues its gentle preparations, there is something peaceful in that, something that connects you not only to the long line of human dreamers we have spoken about tonight, the Egyptians and the Greeks, the Tibetan monks, and the Aboriginal storytellers, and the laboratory scientists, but to something even older, even more fundamental, to the whole dreaming world, to every creature curled somewhere in the darkness, breathing slowly, running in its sleep toward somewhere only it can see. There is a line from William Shakespeare that has been quoted and remembered and turned over in the minds of readers for more than 400 years. comes from the tempest, spoken by the magician Prospero near the end of the play. As the enchanted world he has created begins to dissolve, we are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. It is one of the most beautiful sentences ever written in the English language, and it carries within it something that the greatest artists and writers have always known, something that they have been trying to express in paint and in poetry and in story and in music for as long as human beings have been making things, that the dream world and the made world are not so different from each other, that the act of creation, the making of something from nothing, the building of a world from the raw materials of imagination, is, at its deepest level, continuous with what the dreaming mind does every night, that the artist and the dreamer are, in some essential way, doing the same thing. Tonight, in this 14th section of our long and gentle journey, we are going to visit that territory, the place where dreams and art have always met, where the images of the sleeping mind have spilled over into the waking world and been captured there, in oil on canvas, in ink on paper, in the notes of a melody that came in sleep and stayed. It is a rich and beautiful territory, and we will move through it slowly, in no hurry at all. Let us begin with a painting. In 1781, a Swiss-English painter named Henry Fuseli completed a work that shocked, fascinated, and captivated everyone who saw it. It was exhibited at the Royal Academy in London, and it caused an immediate sensation, not merely because of its technical mastery, but because of its subject, because of the particular darkness it was willing to look at directly and place on canvas for the world to see. The painting was called The Nightmare. It shows a woman lying on a bed in the posture of deep sleep, arms fallen loosely, head tipped back, the white linen of her gown pooled around her. On her chest crouches a small, ape-like figure, a demon, an incubus, something ancient and dark and heavy, pressing down on her with a weight that seems, in the painting, to make her chest cave slightly inward, and behind her, emerging through red velvet curtains at the edge of the frame, a horse's head appears, pale eyes wide and blank and unseeing. An equine ghost materializing from the shadows, the painting is immediately recognizable as a depiction of sleep paralysis, of that terrifying experience of waking into immobility with a presence pressing down and a creature at the edge of vision. Fuseli painted it during the height of the Enlightenment, the so-called Age of Reason, at precisely the moment in Western history when rational thought was being most confidently asserted as the master of all human experience. And he chose deliberately to paint the opposite, to paint what reason cannot explain, cannot reach, cannot illuminate. He painted the darkness that lives below the light, the part of human experience that is not rational, not ordered, not comfortable, the interior of the night. The nightmare became one of the most reproduced images of its era. Sigmund Freud, who would later develop his entire theory of the unconscious partly through the study of dreams, kept a reproduction of it on the wall of his apartment in Vienna. It inspired writers. It inspired other painters. It inspired caricaturists who adapted its composition to satirize the fears of their own political moment. It became, in a sense, a mirror, one that people kept returning to because it showed them something they recognized, something that lived in their own nights, something they had not found put down so honestly and so directly anywhere else. Art has always been one of the places where dreams go when they cannot be contained by the sleeping mind alone. The surrealist movement of the early 20th century made this relationship between dreams and art its central and explicit project. The surrealists, led by the poet and theorist Andre Breton, and including among their number some of the most celebrated visual artists of the modern era, believed that the rational, conscious mind was only a thin surface layer of human experience, that beneath it lay something vaster, stranger, and more genuinely alive, and that the dream was the primary point of access to that deeper territory. Salvador Dali, the most publicly theatrical and most immediately recognizable of the surrealists, developed an elaborate personal method for harvesting the imagery of the hypnagogic state, the threshold between waking and sleeping, much as Thomas Edison had done with his steel balls and metal pans. Dolly would sit in a chair, holding a key above a plate on the floor, and allow himself to drift towards sleep until the key fell, jolting him awake and allowing him to bring back whatever images had appeared at the edges of consciousness. The resulting paintings are among the most famous and most immediately recognizable images in the history of Western art. The melting watches of the persistence of memory, soft and drooping across a desert landscape, as though time itself had lost its rigidity and begun to behave like the felt logic of a dream. The elephants walking on impossibly thin, stilted legs, the figures that are simultaneously bodies and landscapes, the images that make perfect sense in the way that dream images make sense, not logically, not sequentially, but emotionally, associatively, poetically. Dolly described his method as the paranoid critical method, a way of systematically destabilizing the rational mind's grip on perception, allowing the deeper, more associative, more dreamlike layers of seeing to come forward. He was, in the language we have been using tonight, a kind of trained, lucid dreamer of the waking state, someone who had learned to hold the two kinds of consciousness simultaneously, to keep one foot in the dream while the other stood in the world. René Magritte, another figure associated with surrealism, though he often resisted the label, created paintings that operate with the precise, quiet logic of dreams, not the spectacular imagery of Dolly, but the calm and impossible juxtaposition. A man in a bowler hat whose face is obscured by an apple, floating in front of it at close range. A room filled entirely with a rose. A train emerging from a fireplace, each image as matter of fact as a dream that doesn't announce its strangeness. It simply proceeds in full confidence, as though what it shows is perfectly ordinary. Literature has its own long and extraordinary relationship with dreams. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, the great English Romantic poet, claimed that his poem Kubla Khan, one of the most celebrated and most analyzed poems in the English language, came to him entire in a dream. He had fallen asleep in 1797. He said, after reading about the Mongol Emperor Kublai Khan, and in the sleep that followed, he dreamed the poem not as a sequence of words, but as a completed, fully formed work of 200 to 300 lines, already written in his mind. When he woke, he seized a pen and began to transcribe it. He had written only 54 lines when a visitor arrived and interrupted him. When he returned to his writing an hour later, the rest of the poem had dissolved, gone beyond recovery, like the dream it came from, fading even as it was reached for. What remains is a fragment. 54 lines of such unearthly beauty that they have been studied and marveled at and argued over for more than 2 centuries. And what is lost? The 200 lines of the dream that were not written down in time is one of the most poignant absences in all of literature. Mary Shelley was 18 years old in the summer of 1816 when she dreamed the image that would become Frankenstein. She had been staying at a villa near Lake Geneva with the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley and Lord Byron. And Byron had proposed a ghost story competition among the group. Night after night, Mary found herself unable to begin. The story would not come. And then one night she dreamed. She saw in the dream a pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. A monstrous form that stirred, that showed some signs of life. She woke terrified and immediately certain. There was the story she had been trying to find, not invented by the waking mind in its deliberate and searching way, but delivered, sudden and whole, by the dreaming one. The novel she wrote from that dream has never been out of print. It gave the world one of its most enduring myths, and it began, as so many enduring things do, in the darkness behind closed eyes. Even music has received its most extraordinary gifts from the dreaming mind. The violinist and composer Giuseppe Tartini dreamed one night in 1713 that the devil appeared to him and played the violin with impossible virtuosity, a melody of such supernatural skill and beauty that Tartini seized his instrument upon waking and attempted to reproduce what he had heard. What he managed to capture, he said, was only a pale imitation of the dream's music. But what he captured was still extraordinary enough to become one of the most technically demanding and musically remarkable pieces ever written for solo violin. He called it the Devil's Trill Sonata. All of these stories point toward the same understanding, one that artists and writers have always held, even when they could not explain it in the language of science, that the dreaming mind is a creative mind, that the night is generative, that the images that arrive in sleep are not less real, not less true, not less worth attending to than the ideas that come in the full light of the waking day. Perhaps they are more so. Perhaps the dreaming mind, freed from the anxieties of the waking self, freed from doubt and self-criticism, and the fear of failure, reaches more freely, more boldly, more honestly into the territory where the most essential things live. The artists knew it. The poets knew it. And tonight, in the soft country between listening and sleep, perhaps some part of you knows it too. Whatever you create in the waking world, whatever you are building, whatever you are reaching toward, whatever question is still waiting for its answer, the night is on your side. It always has been. Every morning, something dissolves. You have been somewhere. Your sleeping mind has built a world, populated it, lit it, filled it with sound and feeling, and the particular vivid texture of the dream experience. And then the morning has come, and with it the light, and the world has begun to go, not all at once. First, the details soften. Then the story loses its thread. Then the feeling lingers for a little while without the images to anchor it. And then, before the first cup of tea is made, before the day has properly begun, it is gone. This dissolving is one of the most universal and most quietly melancholy features of the dreaming life. All that was so immediate and so real moments ago is now beyond reach. The mind that built the world has packed it away and moved on. and you are left in the ordinary morning with only the faintest impression that something was there. But it does not have to go entirely. There is a practice, simple and ancient, and backed now by a growing body of careful scientific research that changes the relationship between the dreaming mind and the waking one, that builds a bridge across the threshold of waking, strong enough to carry at least some of the dream's content safely into the day. That trains the brain gently and gradually to hold what it usually releases. It is called the dream journal. And tonight, in this 15th and final main section of our journey through the world of dreams, we are going to sit quietly with this practice, not as instruction, not as a program to be followed, but as an invitation, a gentle, unhurried introduction to one of the most rewarding and most illuminating habits a person can develop. The dream journal is exactly what its name suggests. A notebook kept close to the bed, within easy reach the moment waking begins, in which dreams are recorded as soon as possible after the dreamer wakes, not composed, not polished, not turned into something literary or presentable, simply written down in whatever form they arrive. Fragments, images, feelings, single words, rough sketches, whatever is there, as quickly and as faithfully as it can be captured before the dissolving takes it. The scientific basis for this practice is solid and growing. Research has consistently shown that people who keep dream journals recall significantly more dreams than those who do not. And not only more dreams, but more detailed and more emotionally specific dreams. The act of recording a dream, it turns out, does not merely preserve the memory. It strengthens the neural pathways associated with dream recall, training the brain over time to hold the content of dreams more readily at the moment of waking. This is the same principle that underlies any skill developed through repetition. The first week of dream journaling, many people find almost nothing on the page, a vague impression, a color, a feeling without a name. This is not failure. This is the brain beginning to learn a new task. By the second or third week, most regular journalers find that fragments are coming more clearly. By the end of a month, many are capturing full dream sequences with detail and emotional nuance that would previously have been gone before the eyes were fully open. The practice works because of the way memory consolidation operates at the moment of waking. Dreams are stored, at first, in a particularly fragile form of short-term memory, one that is especially vulnerable to disruption from the activity and sensory input of the waking world. The moment your attention turns to the day, to the sounds of the morning, to the phone, to the thought of what needs to be done, the dream memory begins to compete with incoming information, and it loses rapidly, consistently, with almost no exceptions. But if, before any of that, the dreamer lies still for a moment, keeps the eyes closed, keeps the body in the same position it was in upon waking, and simply scans the mind quietly for whatever is there, the dream has a chance. The stillness preserves the fragile short-term memory just long enough for the conscious mind to find it. And then the journal receives it and makes it permanent. Researchers at the University of California, Irvine, published a study in 2024 that found people who recalled their dreams showed significantly greater emotional memory processing than those who did not. Dream recallers were better at retaining emotionally significant experiences from the previous day, and importantly, they were less reactive to negative images the following morning. The dream had done something to the difficult material of the previous day, had processed it, softened it, returned it in a gentler form. And the people who could remember their dreams, who had maintained that connection between the dreaming mind and the waking one, received that benefit most fully. The dream journal is the tool that makes this connection possible. There is also a remarkable relationship between dream recall and creativity. Research published by the British Psychological Society found that greater dream recall is correlated with measures of creative thinking, with the ability to make unexpected connections, to think associatively, to approach problems from unusual angles. The dreaming mind, as we have explored throughout this long journey, is one of the most creatively generative states the human brain ever enters. And the person who can carry more of that generativity back across the threshold of waking, who has practiced the art of remembering what the night provided, has more of the dream's creative material available to the waking day's work beyond the practical benefits. The dream journal offers something that is harder to quantify, but perhaps even more valuable. It offers relationship. The relationship between the waking self and the dreaming self, which in most lives is essentially non-existent, because the dreaming self is simply forgotten each morning without ceremony, becomes, with regular journaling, something alive and ongoing. The journal becomes a record of the inner life across time, a document of what the sleeping mind returns to, what it works on, what it cannot leave alone. Recurring themes emerge, recurring images, recurring feelings. The journal, read over weeks and months, begins to show you something about yourself that no other record could. Patterns become visible that would never be apparent from a single remembered dream. The symbol that keeps returning, the figure who appears again and again, the emotional quality that saturates a whole period of dreams, the anxiety of a stressful month, the openness of a time when things were going well, the grief that moves through the night in ways the waking self has been too busy to fully acknowledge. The dream journal is, in this sense, a form of self-knowledge, not the analytical, rational self-knowledge that comes from thinking carefully about your life. Something more elusive, more honest, less easily managed, the self-knowledge of a witness, a quiet, faithful record of what is actually happening inside, without the editing that the waking mind applies to everything it presents to itself. The practice of beginning a dream journal is beautifully simple. The materials required are nothing more than a notebook and a pen within arm's reach of the bed, a small torch or a phone set to its dimmest setting, so that noting a dream in the middle of the night does not require turning on the room's lights, and perhaps most importantly, an intention set each evening before sleep to remember what comes in the night. That intention is not merely symbolic. Research on lucid dreaming has shown that intentions set at the threshold of sleep have a measurable effect on what happens during the dream. The sleeping brain takes the waking mind's last clear wishes and carries them forward into the night. If the last clear wish, held gently and without strain as the eyes close, is to remember, then the dreaming mind, faithful as it always is, tends to make remembering easier. Some journalers find it helpful to note not only what happened in the dream, but how it felt, what the emotional atmosphere was, what lingered when the narrative itself had faded. Because often the feeling is the most important part, the most diagnostic, the most revealing, the most worth sitting with. A dream of something frightening that left behind not fear, but a strange, quiet peace. A dream of something beautiful that left behind something much harder to name. The feeling is the dream's signature, the part that was most truly meant for the dreamer. Others find that sketching elements of a dream, even rough, unpracticed sketches, nothing that needs to be art, can preserve visual memories that resist verbal description. The shape of a space, the arrangement of figures, the particular quality of light in a landscape that keeps returning to the dream. These images, drawn quickly in the margins of the journal, sometimes remain vivid long after the words have faded, and there is no need. It is worth saying clearly to interpret every dream. The meaning of a dream is not always immediately accessible, and the pressure to understand what each one means can become a kind of task that defeats the gentler purpose of the practice. The journal is not primarily a book of answers. It is primarily a book of listening, of paying attention, of saying to whatever is happening in the dreaming mind, I noticed you. I thought you were worth writing down. I am here. That act of noticing, so simple, requiring so little beyond a few minutes each morning, and a notebook by the bed, changes something in the relationship between the waking person and their inner life. It creates a continuity, a thread that runs from night to day and back again. A sense that the darkness is not simply lost time, simply a gap between the useful hours, but a rich and inhabited country that has been there all along, working and dreaming and building worlds on your behalf. You have been living in relationship with your dreaming mind every night of your life, whether you knew it or not. The dream journal simply makes that relationship conscious, makes it visible, gives it the acknowledgement it has always deserved. And perhaps when you wake tomorrow, in the soft, uncertain light of the morning, with the night still close and the day not yet fully arrived, you will lie still for just a moment, eyes closed, body quiet, and listen for whatever the night has left you. It may be something small, a color, a feeling, the ghost of a place. Write it down. It is yours. We have come a long way together tonight, through 6 gentle hours of quiet wondering, through the oldest civilizations and the newest laboratories, through mythology and neuroscience and philosophy and folklore, through the many shapes and colors of the dream world, its beauty and its strangeness, its science and its mystery, its long, unbroken place at the heart of what it means to be human. And now the journey is complete, or rather, the listening part is complete. The dreaming part is only just beginning. Somewhere in the course of tonight, your sleeping mind will build something. It will take the materials of your life, the memories and feelings and fragments of the day just past, the questions that haven't found their answers yet, the faces and places that still carry some small charge of meaning, and it will weave them into a world that is entirely yours, that has never existed before and will never exist again. Over the course of a lifetime, the average person will have more than 100,000 dreams, 100,000 private worlds, built and inhabited and dissolved, most of them vanishing before the morning has properly begun. Each one a small and extraordinary act of creation, offered by the sleeping mind to the sleeping self, quietly and faithfully, every night of every year. Tonight, one of those worlds belongs to you. Whatever it holds, wherever it takes you, know that the dreaming mind that builds it knows you very well. It has been paying attention All this time, it has been gathering the things that matter, sorting the things that need sorting, gentling the things that were difficult, and setting aside, somewhere safe, the things that brought you joy. It is on your side. It has always been on your side, so let the night have the rest of this now. Let the words go. Let the wondering go. Let the whole, long, beautiful story of the human relationship with dreams settle softly around you like something you no longer need to hold. You are warm. You are still. You are safe. And as the night settles more deeply around you now, and the last of the day's weight dissolves into the stillness, there is one final thing worth carrying with you into sleep. You have spent this night in the company of dreamers. Every person who ever lived, every philosopher who puzzled over the nature of the mind, every painter who woke with a vision still burning behind their eyes, every pilgrim who traveled days on foot to sleep within the walls of a sacred temple, every single one of them lay down in the dark, just as you have tonight, felt the same heaviness in their limbs, heard the same quieting of the world outside, crossed the same gentle threshold between the known and the unknown, and every one of them dreamed. You are part of that lineage, that long, unbroken, quietly extraordinary human tradition of surrendering to the night and finding, on the other side of that surrender, something worth waking for. The dream that is coming for you tonight has never existed before. It will never exist again. It belongs only to this night, and only to you, assembled from the particular materials of your particular life, lit by the particular light of your particular mind, felt with the particular depth of everything you are and everything you have lived through. That is not a small thing. That is, in its quiet way, one of the most remarkable things there is. So let the darkness have you now, completely and without reservation. Let the breath slow to its own natural rhythm. Let the thoughts that are still moving, still turning things over, still reaching for something, let them soften and release, one by one, like lights going out in a city settling into sleep. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to carry, nothing left to do but let the night do what it does so faithfully, so completely, so well. The dreaming is already beginning, and it is going to be wonderful. This has been Sleepy Facts with Justin. Thank you for spending this night with us. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep deeply and long. And may whatever comes to you in the hours ahead be gentle and luminous and quietly, wonderfully yours.